Wake from your sleep, the drying of your tears. Today we escape, we escape. Pack and get dressed before your father hears us, before all hell breaks loose. Sing us a song to keep us warm. There's such a chill, such a chill.
Today's video is the most serious I might have made in my entire career on this platform.
Hello guys and gals, me Mama Max here, and on January 17th, 2024, my best friend, my bro, Mutahara Nas, YouTuber Some Ordinary Gamers, created his most serious video he might have made in his entire career on this platform, by defaming me after asking for his help on one of the most serious of cases. Thanks, Mutahar. I can tell by the red lighting that this is in fact your most serious video you might have made in your entire career on this platform. And this is my response.
It's a video about someone I and many in the community considered a friend. Today, I personally don't consider this person a friend, I consider them a liar. Max has recently made several videos, 3 in particular, making what I believe to be a mockery of these types of serious investigations.
My name is Spencer, and I am a survivor of Camden Gerard Davis, the leader of a destructive cult that has victimized hundreds of minors. This video is our screen for action.
A 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared, lured by the illusion.
I hate to be that guy, but like, I think 33, 34 states, the age of consent is 16, and like most of Canada, it's also 16. Am I weird to point that out? I don't know.
Of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult led by a child posing as a werewolf god.
How does this explain the cult? How does this explain anything? This is why people are mad. He is presenting these screenshots like they're damning evidences, and they are not. I'll say what the evidence like appears, at least. It feels like there's definitely like a bad, it's like the worst I can see is somebody taking advantage of people, like emotionally, sexually, physically. There was illegal shit that happened, right? Now I'm finding out that there is evidence. There could actually be some serious evidence, I believe, hiding behind here that can cause some serious justice for anybody involved in the situation that feels that they've been wrong. Look, there are real people that I believe have been hurt by this. There ain't no way any dumbass is falling for no vampire Twilight shit. And for that considering, I am giving my full support as much as I can. I would just want to come out and just be like, fuck you, I think you're all lying cretins. Whether that be emotionally.
I'm not laughing, bro, I'm howling.
Yeah, I'm howling, dude. I'm howling at the...
And providing whatever form of financial, like, benefit that I can, reasonably provide. That's all that I can do.
Dude, I'm fucking paying for that dude's defamation case, bro. There is no fucking retribution here. I'd be so fucking mad at this point, dude. I'll just be like, listen, Camden, I'll write you a blank fucking check, because this is not fucking cool at all.
It was so fucking heartbreaking hearing Muta sit there and say that. I'll gladly put money towards Camden's defamation trial. How do you think that it makes myself and the other survivors feel when you're saying that? It is okay to think that, but you're going publicly and saying that to everybody else when you haven't spoken to the others. I'm just trying to understand, why would you do that without talking to us?
Dude, this is the most viewed rape review on YouTube right now. Just to be clear, this is why I didn't want to platform her. These jokes hit a lot harder when she's not in the call, and it's a lot less. I'm gonna be honest.
This isn't a fucking Netflix show. This is a serious, heinous crime. Do you think it's too late, Nick, to get Spencer and Camden on like a set, and I come out dressed up like Maury Povich, and we do this? For a serious topic like this, please stop the theatrics. Present this with the respect it deserves.
The 3D ultrasound Demi's Applebee's Max.
Alfred, I'm
So-
sending
so
you
you-
scans. There's a werewolf inside.
I'm seeing 32% of the fetus is still currently lodged in there, Batman. Like, what the fuck?
Of course, Master Wayne. I'll run this through the back computer.
And that's what bugs me. Why are we not treating this with actual respect?
Because the police report states that there are allegations from her own mother saying that there are allegations that her grandpa, like essayed her.
Dude, I'm just sitting. No, dude. The funnier reality is that they just won't.
What would the grandpa look like if they were black or Chinese, though?
Look, this is a serious matter. Please present it seriously.
I feel so bad for laughing at this.
This is why everyone likes my show better. We don't have to pretend we're taking it serious.
These girls have to sit there and basically realize that their entire story is being invalidated in real time, is being made a mockery of in real time.
Yeah, we're making a podcast and we're just having just rape victims on it the whole time. Who's our first guest here? It's like, well, this person's...
Well, I know what show to bring them on.
first rape victim. Let's bring in Spencer.
Who's the next high-profile victim we're gonna have on this podcast?
This Sunday night!
This Sunday night, the biggest victim of them all! Dude,
oh my god.
Dude, fucking raped by 1,000,000 men!
Like, he had convinced me to have someone bring me to his house. He beat me and then me.
But you know, the transformation process is really dangerous.
Yeah, I wasn't a
on your
big
body,
fan of that
especially 'cause
either.
you're young.
That
So
fucking sucked.
from there, she had me like put stuff in my body and told me to pretend it was like his. I was 14.
During the midst of it, I tried to scream. I was screaming no and screaming for help. And he put his hand on my throat and choked me and told me that if I kept screaming, he would kill not just me, but my family too. When it was done, he got off of me and he went across the room and he looked at me, saw me crying, and he said, "What just happened?" And I looked at him and I told him, "You just me."
Dude, everyone just gets gangbanged in this universe, bro. What the fuck?
Shut up! Muda!
All I've seen is a character here that has made a mockery out of serious investigations, covered things with no due diligence, and this kind of a thin rope ultimately leads to collateral damage for everybody else involved. Making claims like this and causing a big mockery of this situation ultimately puts the case that is being built at risk. Speaking with more of the victims after this call myself, I feel very disgusted hearing any more about the situation and the things that have been alleged to go behind it, which is why I'm doing my due diligence to at least try and help these victims out, but privately, not a public spectacle like Max is doing.
We are real, Camden Gerard Davis. Whatever you may or may not have done, I'm not really sure.
Today's video is the most serious I might have made in my entire career on this platform. It's a video I don't want to make because it's personally so uncomfortable.
Mudahar, I thought you were going to be serious. If you didn't want to make this video because it makes you so uncomfortable, why did you continue to make multiple videos on this topic despite the cyberbullying and cyberstalking that you're causing to both me and the survivors?
I would very much like to point out that Muta going on to Tommy C and lyrics, that brings more people that dislike it, that dislike Max out. There are people that are literally cyber-stalking survivors right now.
You also attended up to 12 hours of live streams with your commentary buddies, talking shit about us and the case.
I'm gonna say it, like, the true crime audience is like the most retarded audience on YouTube. You could fucking feed them the biggest load of bullshit, and 9 times out of 10 they'll believe it.
I don't think you're being serious. I think you're being quite dishonest, actually.
But at no point is anything that I'm going to be doing anymore regarding the situation public. I'm never going to be making a follow-up video. Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and it's been 7 days since I covered a pretty wild story on YouTube. Now, since then, it's been quite an explosive, trending topic with multiple videos coming out on the daily, many even from channels that I am very good friends with, channels like Oompaville, Noxtaku. A lot of content creators, even some that I've worked with on this project, have made follow-up pieces regarding this situation. Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and today we're going to be looking at a pretty interesting update regarding Mama Max. So about 7-8 months ago, I covered this individual who used to be a good friend of mine.
So not only are you repeatedly lying to your audience, but you are also choosing to defame and destroy someone who looked up to you like a brother, just because I made some mistakes in how I presented this case. Since you have done everything in your power to ruin my life, I think I'm going to enjoy these next 3 hours with you.
Today, I personally don't consider this person a friend. I consider them a liar, both professionally and on a personal level regarding very personal things.
Objection!
So this is a smear tactic called poisoning the well. That is to prime the audience with adverse information about me from the start, in an attempt to make his claims more acceptable or discount the credibility of my claims. So Mudahar introduces his most serious video he might have made in his entire career on this platform by immediately labeling me a liar. He is doing this to position himself as the heroic, objective truth bringer who makes very serious videos, whilst I am the evil liar who lies about everything, both professionally and personally. But unlike Mutahar, I am actually going to prove to you that he is a liar.
But that's me going into things that I shouldn't need to.
So you literally admit you shouldn't be poisoning the well, and you did it anyway. Okay.
I also didn't want to make a video on this because I'm not an expert on the topics that we are completely discussing today.
And yet you have continued to make videos on this topic, and speak as if you are the expert on the subject matter. Pretty funny, considering I've spoken to actual experts who seem to have a very different opinion than you.
I feel like I wouldn't have fallen for something like this when I was 16.
I don't know.
Is that hard to say?
Right. Yes.
Look, yeah, this is the thing that, because I remember me and Jen were saying it, she was much rougher than I was. She was like, ain't no way any dumbass is falling for no vampire Twilight shit.
Not only is this some of the most disrespectful shit I've ever heard a respected influencer say about cult survivors, it's also a harmful stereotype that has no basis in reality.
And the biggest vulnerability? I'd be going, I'm too smart. It would never happen to me. I'm too together. I know myself. I have good family, good education. And what I'm saying is, it happened to me.
You're not immune to cultic influence. Nobody is. And I know some of you are thinking that'll never happen to me. If you think you're not susceptible, you're more susceptible than you know.
You know, people have the idea that the people who get into cults have some kind of mental problems, and that's absolutely not the case.
But it could be.
Look at all the MAGA.
It could be any race,
That's
any
like a huge ass cult right
socioeconomic
there.
level. They could be rich. They could be poor. They could be young. They could be old. They could be highly educated or uneducated. But what I've seen, if I were going to pull a consistent thread through many of the cases that I've dealt with, it would be somebody who's not happy at a particular point in their life. These people were not dumb. They weren't illiterate. They were sophisticated, well-educated people. So I think if we think that we're not vulnerable, we're not really being honest with ourselves. Anyone can be had given the right set of circumstances and timing.
So judging from your
Fucking
public
hail me,
statements about this
somebody.
case, it is quite clear you are not an expert.
You are.
In fact, you sound like a fucking moron.
And how this girl was 16 when she was that old.
At the time, yeah, supposedly.
Again, I don't want to be the asshole here, but like when I was 16, I had a job at that point, so I don't know how I was falling into vampires.
Well, you're Indian. You're smarter than most people.
Yeah, apparently not.
As you know, when I upload things to my channel, it can be about computer software, it can be about creepy games, it can be browsing the weirder side of the internet, like the deep web. It can be looking at trending things. It could be a bunch of stuff, mostly lighthearted.
Mostly lighthearted. You know, like that lighthearted 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 red rooms, lighthearted child rings, lighthearted Epstein documents, and lighthearted zoo sadism.
You know, Daddy's hunted for a while. He knows what skinning an animal is like, let me tell you.
You know, all that lighthearted stuff.
And yes, I do occasionally dip into things that are very serious. But when it comes to situations regarding, situations regarding trafficking and whatnot, I am not an expert. That is something for law enforcement, for lawyers, for professionals to appropriately handle. I don't even think YouTubers should be the ones that are running cases like this, because in a vast majority of cases, most of them aren't well equipped.
I actually agree with this. These types of cases should be handled by the appropriate channels like law enforcement. However, the victims of this case already tried reporting these crimes to law enforcement with no success, and so they decided to reach out to me to help cover their case, which is something I've done many times before. And so have you.
And given the fact that kids are involved, it may actually even be criminal to an extent. So in conclusion, I gotta say, look, this video is a hard video to make. But what I do know about this video is we're all responsible, okay? As a YouTube community, we need to raise awareness. Given that I'm on this platform, the strongest thing I can do is raise the awareness.
Huh.
But in this situation, this creator specifically that we are talking about is Mama Max. Now, Mama Max is a channel with 746,000 subscribers, a filmmaker dedicated to empowering children.
And in this situation, this creator specifically that we are talking about is Some Ordinary Gamers. Some Ordinary Gamers is a channel with several million subscribers. Let's plays, commentaries, reviews, hardcore raging. We're just a team of ordinary gamers. What did you expect?
Throughout his career, Mama Max has covered topics such as his Life Sucks series, anime reviews, but what most people know Max for is his Predator hunts. Videos where Max claims to infiltrate dark corners of social media. He's made very popular videos and gained a lot of respect in the larger YouTube community.
Throughout his career, Mutahar has covered topics such as his Deep Web Exploration series, hentai reviews, but what most people know Mutahar for is videos where Mutahar claims to infiltrate dark corners of social media. He's made very popular videos and gained a lot of respect in the larger YouTube community.
Predator hunting is a popular topic on the internet and YouTube in general, and it's seen a bit of a resurgence in recent years with very high-profile cases such as EDP445, caught in a massive YouTube sting operation, in an alleged meetup of a minor. Nowadays, the predator poaching channels that exist are a dime a dozen, and a big fear of these channels that a lot of the community has is that in the grand majority, for clicks and revenue, basic investigative and evidentiary rules aren't met, and law enforcement in many cases is not even involved until well after the fact.
So I can't really speak for other creators, but I think Mutahar is accusing me of never working with law enforcement. He does not provide any evidence for this claim, he just says it. But this has never been true. He's even helped me out with previous cases where we literally made reports to the FBI and NCMEC together. So here's my typical process, okay? I begin recording everything on OBS when I get on the platform. As soon as I confirm I am talking to an adult that is trying to groom minors, we create a mega drive and upload our recordings to that drive. We then link that to an FBI cyber tip and continually update the drive with evidence until the investigation is complete, which is usually when we have video evidence to support our claims.
Would you want me to go up and down on you?
No.
You said yeah.
Yeah.
However, even if you have evidence, depending on the jurisdiction, nothing will happen. Even EDP445, who you literally say is a high-profile case, was let free. Because guess what, Mutahar? Even when crimes are committed, and you have evidence that crimes were committed, which by the way most young children do not have, predators still walk free in many cases, and there's multiple reasons why this happens. From the quality of the crime, the standard of proof, the investigation, and the prosecution. There are so many things that can go wrong, and often do go wrong, which is why Wayne Barnett, a serial predator that we exposed, was previously released from prison without serving any substantial amount of time, despite the fact that he literally admitted to committing crimes, and is still committing crimes to this day. We reported him months in advance to no success, which is why my videos have a call to action at the very end.
Okay, what's going on there, ma'am?
So an individual named Camden Gerard Davis, more than likely resides at this, address. We believe that he is training minors and has child for his devices. I'm actually a previous victim of his, and I have substantial evidence related to this case.
So I actually have tried working with law enforcement many times, and I've encouraged others to do so as well.
If you are a victim and this ever happens to you, keep calling. Don't stop calling until you do something. Do not.
But I guess since I didn't put a text graphic at the beginning of my video, which objectively proves Mutahar has in fact worked with law enforcement for these videos, that must mean I never worked with them.
And it's caused a serious problem in letting actual evil people walk free because of technicalities and failing to follow basic evidentiary patterns.
Yes. Evil people walk free because of me, Mama Max. It has nothing to do with the countless historical and systemic issues with CSA cases that enable predators to commit crimes without consequence. No one else should be held accountable for these problems, not even the predators themselves. Mama Max is the primordial source for why predators walk free.
When in realistic fashion, if law enforcement was involved, these people would be tried in a court of law.
In realistic fashion, law enforcement involvement does not guarantee that a predator will be arrested and tried in a court of law. It can take months, sometimes even years, of reporting a single predator before an investigation even begins, especially in cybercrimes with anonymous offenders.
That said, Mama Max has committed almost every single sin in the book.
I can't wait for you to provide some type of evidence to prove this theory of yours over the next hour of your video. Although it's hard to distinguish which sins I've committed when you don't even source the exact book that I'm supposedly breaking the rules of. I understand it's a figure of speech. It's actually another ad hominem attack, where he continues to discredit me by using vague black and white terms instead of providing any facts up front.
In the hunt for who he believes is one of the most evil predators currently walking in the world today.
I don't see the world in black and white terms like good and evil. I recognize that reality is far more complex, and predators suffer from unresolved trauma caused in their own childhoods. Rather than resorting to tribalistic labels like good and evil to justify the harm we inflict on one another, we should start prioritizing restorative justice and invest in mental health resources to break the cycle of suffering.
90% of people who are murderers in this country have a whole conglomeration of what are termed adverse childhood experiences that set you up for a brain that has a whole lot of trouble with empathy and impulse control and long-term planning and things of that sort. And then you invent words like evil.
So why am I talking about him so negatively now?
Because you were harassed by cancel culture to disavow me after I fake canceled a very popular YouTuber just to bring awareness to a case I still believe is of great importance. And although I did make mistakes, and I do take accountability for those mistakes, unlike you, who is too pathetic to take any accountability for your own actions in this situation, you want to pin the blame of everything on me, and it's arguable that you have been more vocal and have had a much greater impact on the outcome of this case than I ever did. And then when I try to hold you accountable for your own actions, you try to tell everyone that I'm shifting the blame, when that's actually what you are doing. That is why you're talking about me so negatively now.
Because again, like I said, Max has recently made several videos, 3 in particular, making what I believe to be a mockery of these types of serious investigations.
Oh, my videos were a mockery.
Human trafficking and destructive cults are not just issues in distant lands or plot lines in crime shows.
But yours and your friends were not?
This is gonna make me look bad, by the way. This is gonna make us all look bad, apparently.
Dude, this was
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, she put a message out and was like, "Oh, I actually look really good in that call." So jokes on them if they released it. Yeah, nice
I've seen ghosts. I look great in this call.
Yeah, wait, she said she looked great in the skull?
Yeah.
Oh, she's still retarded.
Yeah, dude.
Making what I believe to be a mockery of these types of serious investigations. Max has covered a story he claims is peppered with human trafficking, cult worship, and brainwashing, and violent abuse. Topics that are incredibly serious, and as I've said, I am not a key expert on.
You see, you keep saying that, but you continue to speak as if you are the expert.
I am not an expert. That said, Mama Max has committed almost every single sin in the book because I'm not an expert. As I've said, I am not a key expert on. Look, I'm not an expert.
If you are not an expert, then why do you continue to speak on this topic as if you are the expert?
Topics where real victims exist and continue to exist on a daily basis.
This is true. Real victims continue to exist on a daily basis. So why then did you ignore them and prioritize covering Sniper Wolf drama that is already getting covered by everyone else, when these real victims were just asking for 15 minutes of your attention?
So let's get started. This is the story of how Mama Max has failed what he considers a very serious investigation, and a prime example of how YouTubers should not be involved with serious situations like this.
So that concludes the introduction for Mama Max as a complete fraud. Let's review what Mutahar said here. He claims that this is his most serious video. He then lies about not wanting to make this video, which then, why did you make it? He doesn't consider me a friend anymore, same to him. He poisons the well for the audience, saying that I'm a liar, and apparently he's not. He then admits he has no reason to be poisoning the well. He's not an expert on this topic. He makes lighthearted content. He sometimes dips into serious stuff. He's not an expert on this topic. He doesn't think we're equipped to handle these topics. He gives an overview of my channel. He implies that I hunt for clicks and revenue. He blames me for systemic issues with CSA cases. He spreads misinformation about law enforcement. He says I committed every single sin in the book. He claims my videos are a mockery of serious investigations, even though he never had a problem beforehand. And also he seems to think he and his friends are exempt from this criticism for some reason. He's not an expert on this topic, and victims continue to exist on a daily basis. So out of this entire introduction, I think he only states 2 facts. I would say that him not being an expert is factual, but technically expertise can be viewed as subjective, so I'll give him that one. But he made some very big claims for this introduction, yet failed to provide any evidence to support these claims. But Max, that's what the rest of the video is for. And we will get to that. But he did spend the entire introduction just assassinating my character before providing any facts, to set the stage for the audience on the story he wants to tell, which is actually the opposite of objective, a word he really likes to label himself as.
So let's start off with the story. The story begins on October 3rd, 2023, where Max sends me a message on Discord.
Actually, our story begins much earlier, in January of 2020, when I first met Mutahara Nas. And being a fan of his content, I really looked up to him. Immediately, I could tell that he likes to talk about himself and brag about his achievements, which was fine. He is a very successful influencer, and there was a lot that we all learned from him. He loved getting drunk with the boys.
That's alcoholism.
And he would often gossip about other YouTubers, despite pretending to be friends with everyone. But there was one time he got so drunk he started heckling customers at one of the bars in the San Antonio Riverwalk, and we actually got kicked out because of it. Afterward, we started drinking at one of the hotels, and he was talking about his self-hatred and suicidal ideations, but that only made us all the more supportive and caring of him. I became closer with Nexpo and Nightdocs due to our geographic proximity to each other, but I would occasionally check up on Mutahar or ask him for advice regarding certain projects. And whenever we did see each other every year or so for YouTuber events, he always paid for drinks and food and was very generous with his money. Maybe a little too frivolous. I don't make as much as my peers since I don't take sponsorships and I stopped producing merch and I don't make any ad revenue, so it was difficult for me to keep up with their lifestyles. But seeing them was always worth it. I have many great memories with these guys, but over time, Mutahara was clearly becoming more and more self-centered. Specifically, I remember at VidCon 2022, he would disrespectfully make decisions that went against the group. He started spreading the rumors about Nightdocs, calling him a predator that abuses his kids. He was slandering and making fun of Glink and Lightwave. He started calling Blame It on Jorge and Sakura Stardust vomit-holics who can't hang in his mansions. And he didn't want to hang out with people under a certain subscriber count. He even kicked out my friends who weren't YouTubers, even though prior to this weekend I had gotten an Airbnb specifically for these friends to join us. But then Mutahar got a new Airbnb, claiming it didn't have enough capacity for my friends. But then popular YouTubers like Kelly, the Act Man, were more than welcome, even after being over capacity. This is a group chat between me, Nick, and Ryan on that very occasion when I hopped the fence of the Airbnb because we had no way to get inside, and my partner at the time was having a seizure. Ryan told Mutahar, and apparently he was furious that I did this. Do we have a plan for getting back in the house? Or for anyone to lock the front door? Sorry for the awkward situation, boys. Just trying to keep my girl happy. I fucking hate this. You're good. Just a weird situation. I don't even know what happened. This is what happened. Muta told us to get an Airbnb. A month had passed trying to get in a call with him to find one. And since he had been so unresponsive and we were only weeks away from flying out, I got an Airbnb that was close to everywhere we wanted to go, and had the capacity to satisfy the needs of
how is
everyone
every
we wanted
warrior
to hang
just
out with.
fucking brain
Muda
dead?
then immediately got a
Like,
new
everyone sucks
Airbnb
but
an hour
me.
away, and did so
Like, that's
without
a huge
talking
gap.
to any of
What the
us
hell?
about
People
it.
not
And now
using
that
their
we are
cooldowns?
here, he is calling the shots for the plans, even though he can't commit to a plan, changing his mind to pick up Ryan, even though fucking offered. And then come to find out there is only one key for 8 people that belongs to the one person who is the least responsive and communicative out of all of us. And since my girlfriend was having a seizure and pissing herself in the car, I figured hopping the fence was a justifiable action to get in the goddamn house. And since he has been inviting people to the property the entire time, either with or without our knowledge, including a party that we were only informed of because a guest told us about it, I thought it would be fine if I had 2 quiet people sleep over, since their hotel I booked for them would not let them check in. And now they're upset because I didn't ask if I could have these people sleep over. People who wanted to cook for them and people who helped me clean the house. Notice the 5 to 10 bags of trash in the garbage cans. Notice all the chairs from the backyard are now inside. Notice the loaded dishwasher. Notice the clean towels in the dryer. That was all of them. I'd appreciate if y'all didn't tell him any of this. It does piss me off, but I don't hate Muda. But at the same time, this is absolutely fucking ridiculous. And I believe this was the last time I ever saw Mudahar in person. Things between Mudahar and myself were still amicable until my last project. And that brings us to October 23rd, 2023.
Hey Muda, I hope you've been well. I don't want to bother, but I thought you might appreciate a heads up about an upcoming project of mine. I'm on the verge of releasing a video for Halloween that is likely to generate significant drama. While it may be deemed controversial, the intent behind it is for charity. The video is designed to be a trap for reaction channels. Knowing your integrity and the quality of your content, I would hate for you to be caught off guard. At the same time, we would be honored if you would consider covering this in a thoughtful manner. To facilitate a deeper discussion, may I include you in a group chat with other influencers who are also considering covering this topic. If confidentiality is not an issue, I'd be more than happy to send you the video under a non-disclosure agreement. This will allow you to become familiar with the video's content before it goes public, enabling you to navigate any provocative elements we've included. Look forward to hearing from you, Max. Now to understand, initially I read this and said, I'm down to hop in, man. Good to hear from you. Hope everything is well. And again, Max says, it's good to hear from you as well, bro. I'll add you in a few moments. Hey Muda, just wanted to know your current thoughts within the group chat. Now if you notice the exact dates of these messages, you'll probably pick up that around this time in October, I was already busy with a massive investigation under our belt. In the following weeks from my response to Max, I would release a video on the completionist and further investigate that situation with a fellow YouTuber known as Carl Jobst. I was also in and out of the country for personal reasons, and I wasn't really able for anything else, I wasn't really available for doing anything, as you can assume during this time.
Not sure why he's making it seem like he was so busy working on much more important projects when the actual videos he uploaded during this time don't quite match what he's talking about.
Head on over to manscaped.com and get your hands on the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra today. Now, 12 days ago I made a video in regards to the Metal Gear Master Collection for traveling across Japan for free by begging and hiding in train toilets. Maybe it's not like a really important video call. No, I'm talking about vag beer.
Now, I'm not trying to throw shade at him for making lighthearted content. That is perfectly fine. But when he's tricking his audience into thinking he wasn't really available for doing anything,
I wasn't really available for doing anything.
Besides the very important topic that he's covering, he's just lying. He's just trying to make me look like an asshole just because I am following up with him, which is perfectly normal in every professional and personal setting.
I was mostly away from Discord, and if you really wanted to contact me, using Twitter to directly message me or calling me on my personal cell phone is usually the best tactic, which a lot of people in this scene, if you need to absolutely contact me, have.
So I actually do have Mudahar's personal phone number, but I chose not to call or text him about this in the event that he was busy with other things, specifically so I'm not crossing a personal boundary or spamming him.
That said, I can't confirm what happened in the group chat Max invited me to, as I honestly don't remember checking it, nor which creators were in that specifically.
Well, allow me to provide that for you. The group chat was just an attempt to have open communication between creators about the project so they can ask questions and we can address any concerns all in one place.
So a few days after inviting me to this group, Max inquires and asks Mutahar, it's been a bit since we've caught up, and I get that your plate is probably overflowing, but I wanted to touch base again. Sorry if our previous chats have been a bit heavy. These issues are really close to my heart, and that's exactly why we need to keep the conversation going. You've got a seriously powerful platform, and within your reach, we could really make some noise for the betterment of children's lives. Just a little bit of your time could go a long way. No pressure to dive into the subject, but if you could spare a couple of hours for an interview, I believe we could spark some real change. Is there a time that works for both of us to sit down and talk for an initial engagement? A few days later, Max says, I'm reaching out again because the voices of child survivors cannot be ignored. I've shared their stories with you because I believed in your capacity for empathy and action. Your silence so far has been disheartening, but I still remain hopeful. Please understand, we are determined to be heard and will continue to seek influencers who have the power to do something heroic. Watching the attached video and acknowledging their plight is all we are asking right now. I hope you will not let us down. Now obviously, the end of this, you can see that it becomes very apparent that Max is emotionally guilting me.
Technically, ChatGPT is the one emotionally guilting you
into speaking and promoting a topic that I haven't actually seen much concrete evidence on, nor do I know much about.
Oh my god, it's almost like that's why I was trying to communicate with you, buddy. That's what communication is for.
And also because I'm working on another video for my channel as well. A very serious investigation that I have to be 100% on.
Just for context, here's my point of view.
One thing that I don't like is recently they released the PlayStation 5 digital disc drive. Muda's latest video on Xbox third-party accessories is uninformed, badly researched, and misguided. Now, if you go to Temu's website, you'll find out, whoa, they got a Black Friday pre-sale. Activision was ballsy enough to put a goddamn playable terrorist attack mission into a video game. What if I told you karma is real? A scumbag has finally been sent to prison. It's a video where apparently, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think I'm defending XQC. Now I know that I crapped on the Metal Gear Master Collection. Part of me doesn't really feel bad for NFT users because they have shown a consistent pattern of stupidity. GTA 6 is finally announced. Boogie himself is a liar. Boogie himself is a manipulator. Do you want to get a share of that $12 billion pie?
I guess I'm just gonna
$12 billion.
fucking ghost POV this shit.
So
Can't make it
blow
back up
your load
north.
week after week, a very serious
wait at aid
investigation that I
station
have
then.
to be 100% on.
Huh.
Because it doesn't publicly exist, at least the evidence as far as today.
So why does the evidence need to exist in the public before it's worth your consideration? The survivors wanted to share their evidence with you in their private server that you signed an NDA to protect. And during your time there, you did not speak to anyone or ask any questions or conducted any investigation whatsoever. It seems you took a glance, you did not see any CSEM, and subsequently leaked disinformation to the public that there is no evidence, that you later changed your mind about.
The fact that throughout this entire situation with evidence, like with witnesses and whatnot, that now I'm finding out that there is evidence, you just haven't established timelines. It really feels like you haven't put in your full effort into this case.
And of course, he shifts the blame to me.
Max sends me more videos that have since been privated, originally unlisted, and these videos, according to the time frame sent, I didn't see since, as you can imagine, I was preoccupied with my own investigation.
Then why agree to watch them when I asked if you want to see them? I can't help but notice you coincidentally keep leaving out context in your video, but when you actually show the full context, the conversation looks a lot more normal. This is something he does throughout the whole video.
This video was never a cancellation on Charlie, but rather severe clickbait.
And I was 100% transparent about that from the very beginning of the video, which you failed to show for some reason.
This is a call to action disguised as a cancellation.
To draw eyes and then shift attention briefly to the story Max is covering, and then focus on cults, misinformation, and artificial intelligence in our world. At this time, I respond back.
Huh. It's almost like I hypothesized that you guys don't care to respond to things until drama is involved. It's almost like that was the message of the video.
Yet such stories often receive
Alright, I'm
a
just gonna wait 15
fraction
minutes
of
then.
the attention granted to the latest internet scandal.
Huh.
Max, I've seen your latest video and have caught up with this whole situation.
That's a lie.
I mean, at this point, I don't even know if, like, the guy that he's talking about, Camden Gerard Davis, may still even be alive, you know?
I think recently someone who wasn't related to the investigation found that he got, like, a parking violation or a speeding ticket in September of last year, confirming that he's alive.
Huh.
I haven't seen the 5-hour podcast with Spencer.
Then you clearly haven't caught up with the whole situation.
Without evidence and without properly understanding the story, I don't know the proper accounts.
But didn't you just say?
I've seen your latest video and have caught up with this whole situation.
And now all of a sudden...
I don't know anything in this situation.
So which is it?
I haven't seen the 5-hour podcast with Spencer, who is one of the victims. She has her own channel.
Not anymore, because you and your friends kept bullying her.
Where she posted a 4 to 5 hour account of her involvement and experience with this cult that we are going to look into. It's quite long, and I feel the story could do with a bit more structure.
I agree with this. The original plan was to upload this podcast in unison with the documentary, which did have the structure we were looking for. However, Spencer wanted to make a trailer, and everything thereafter was highly reactive due to the pace of the situation unfolding.
This is a serious matter.
Yes, it is.
And I have no issues covering it.
That's a lie.
Is this something that you would now make a video on your channel to talk about?
No, I wouldn't. Ever. I would like the victims to seek proper restitution, but going it in this manner isn't the best.
But publicly ridiculing us on the live streams of people that hate me, who you literally call slop tubers, is better?
I mean, at the end of the day, like, I told them, like, hey, I'll work behind the scenes and fucking build this story with you, like, to present it.
Nick?
What? In this manner isn't the best. I would be down to talk further with these victims and analyze this evidence.
Then why didn't you?
Why would you do that without talking to us?
If their claims are as solid as it's being depicted, and at this moment, Max had literally called the person in this video. He wasn't alleging, he was actually materially accusing them of
dangerous cult led by a child predator.
So these were very, very serious accusations, which need to be matched with very, very serious, corroborative, ironclad evidence.
And in some ordinary gamer's video, Mama Max is a complete fraud. You weren't alleging, you were materially accusing me of being a fraud.
Because I always really play something
Let's watch
super
some,
carefully. Like, I'll never say somebody is
deaths,
a
I
like,
guess,
scammer
while
or
I'm
like
waiting
a,
on this
or
deserter.
something. Unless I have something that I know is 100% in court, you know?
Yeah.
And that's why, like, I know that I can get away with saying a lot of things.
What Mutahar is doing is called special pleading, applying standards, principles, and/or rules to other people.
Okay, I didn't see that coming.
I can stealth to the top
And
and
pull
just
them
walk
down.
down with all the mobs.
Yeah, do that. Go,
no,
go, 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 go.
Don't do
Okay.
that.
Okay, here they come.
Oh shit! What is that pull, man? Where the hell are they?
They're coming.
Silver, we're dead.
No, we're okay. We're being a baby.
We're dead, man. Okay, let them... Oh shit, what the fuck are you doing, Silver? This is actually bad.
Boom.
Okay, nice, perfect.
Beautiful.
If I die, I die.
Okay.
It's okay.
I'm gonna focus Durgan. I'm fucking Frost Nova.
Silver, I'm
This is
dead.
bad. This is bad.
Silver, you
What
motherfucker!
the
Silver! There's no way, there's no way. Silver killed me. Silver killed me.
Bro, you just died?
Silver killed me. I just got my epic mount, man. Silver! Gouge? Sprint?
I don't know why they wouldn't just do this with, like, get a healer buddy and a tank
Lion?
buddy. Why,
Okay,
why you
nice,
gotta
perfect.
risk it like
I'm
this?
fine.
Okay, good. Let me take a piss,
Dude.
BRB.
Money!
Ooh. Aww. Nice. I would have needed that shit.
Like, no joke. He just dies.
Hey, how you doing?
It's so wild because, like, my 25 warriors. Oh, what the fuck?
I don't do a lot of dead mines. I don't know how they fucking pulled all that shit. Like body
We
pull?
probably should run, honestly.
Just run up to the top of the ramp, it'll be good.
This is really bad.
And I don't mean to be an asshole, but the only one I have to care about is Imp and Pwn, right? Imp, where are you?
I'm popping retail right now. I'm fighting.
Fight, heal, and
Behind me?
Yeah, behind. Heal.
Coming back.
Wait, is there something on you, Skeel?
No. Oh my god. Heal yourself. That's for
Fuck!
It's all good. I got off the heal on you. Are you good?
No, it's not good. Fuck. Where the fuck did all those come from?
That is a good
I don't know.
question.
I didn't even see him underneath the ramp, dude.
Did they Z axis pull from like below? No? Yeah, he's getting a...
Like... What the fuck?
Good.
I'm not out. I'm not. Oh, I'm dead. Escort.
Vanish.
He doesn't
I
have
know,
vanish.
There goes all my tunes.
We had way too many goblins. Like...
No, I'm telling you, I think someone... Wait, who left the group?
Someone left
Probably
the
the person that pulled.
The hunter. Well, the hunter left the group, and
I have a feeling the hunter shot the ads.
It was my last fucking message about animal semen.
Yes.
What do you mean?
I need 5.
So how's this work?
Alright, so me, you, and Tim are
Shaman
gonna
Holy fuck, Shaman Tank. Here we go. This is the content we came for.
come in here. Everyone else stay outside.
He's doing the animation. Are you guys gonna go?
We should
Or...
probably run, yeah.
Yeah, go. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up,
Wait,
get up,
there's
get up,
6
get up.
of them.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones.
Go.
Can I totem now?
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
totem.
totem.
You can for sure totem. Everyone
DPS.
healing totems. Give me healing totems.
Yep, healing
Everyone
totem
just give me
down.
healing totems. Thunderloin, drop Grace of Air.
I did.
Okay. Wow, almost wiped the herd right there.
And
Was
they're
it
all
time?
orange. Fucking shads.
Sorry, anyone who didn't get it.
He's immune to grenade.
Well, that's
just stun, right? Oh, but yeah, you're right. That was easy.
Easy.
There's still one more. There's still the 2 guys, right?
Okay, but I had a harder challenge because I have to literally convince strangers every time I was doing a dungeon as a shaman tank. But yeah, they're all cool with it. They're all a shaman guild. They obviously rock. They fuck with the shaman tank, right? I only did this dungeon once in hardcore. It's too sketchy. Like if you don't have like a lot of AOE.
Wow. No, they die with the
Whoa,
boss.
That's good tank.
great.
You too shall serve.
Hunter.
He's dead here. Yeah.
Where the hell is man?
He just ate it.
There comes the queen and her friends. What the hell? We out? Oh, hell, we're out.
I don't even know what the language
come
that
on
is.
now.
Health warning.
Nope, I think I'm dead.
Yeah, my number 1 rule is never go into these bug caves or really any cave like in hardcore. Just don't do it.
Oh, sir, that's why.
Health warning.
Come on. Oh. Damn. That's it.
You only got a rogue and a warrior too for that.
I'm fast as fuck, boy!
You can solo this as a shadow priest.
Goddamn.
That's gonna pull.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a reset spot?
There was that stun. Barely missed that.
Alerta!
Uh-oh.
Fuck. Walking at you. That's insane, bro. Yeah.
Get your ass back here!
That's a nice recovery.
Jesus Christ.
Do you see my mana?
Alright, is my deserter buff done? No, 3 more minutes.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Warrior demo showed.
How you doing, man?
I almost died here. LBRS on my Shaman Tank. Ooh.
A ver, un segundo.
Bye, have a great time.
Uh-oh.
Puyi! 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 Puyi!
What a bro comes back after he vanishes.
Puyi! Puyi!
Fear them. Fear them.
Estoy curando con las vendas, con todo, Puyi. Puyi.
It's far away when there's the chain lightning.
3, 2, 1.
I seen this, what's about to happen in like that one dad guild that I raided with a couple days ago, 3-4 days ago. It was like a ZG run, and yeah, everyone in the range got like fucking chain lightning.
Holy fire, care?
Yeah, right there.
Oh, what the?
Well, at least a couple people died, right?
Go Dino. Alright, just recover, come on.
For,
What the fuck?
Oh, fuck? What was it?
What the f-
Are you okay, Trasco?
No. I'm scared.
Anyone clipped it?
Bro, if you clip that, You would clipped it? actually get featured in on YouTube. Yeah.
them behind like here. Let's try it.
Why does this guy look like AI?
All good. Kill Ellie's first.
Why does he look AI?
That's a fear bomb. That fear bomb is gonna pull a second pack care. My dummy's down. My dummy's down. If you guys want, we could
probably
drop
just the
down.
green
You guys have
screen
like lava skip shit? No. We could drop down a floor here and just kill the Ellies right behind us. If you guys want, it's looking a little sketch. Actually, no, we're doing okay. We're doing okay. We probably fight through it. Just get ready to mana pot.
I'm getting.
Yep. Just mana pot. Place. We got time. I'm all feeling.
I read them.
Yep, we're good.
I got evasion up. I'm gonna start kicking.
Yep, just clear Ellies. You're good, Cerulean. Yep, you're good.
Fox? I am super Uma from nothing.
Yep. Kite. If you could pull off Cerulean, cut it out. Yeah. We're chilling.
I bring me I really need to.
Well, that was by far the sketchiest thing we ever could have done.
Easy peasy. Yo, the fear was not advisable. I don't know what fear there. That's
Wait, what feared?
That is a wild fear to send.
Pip. Yeah. I click that I have this on.
Does he have another petri? Yeah, he does.
Oh putain.
Okay.
Oh la 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 la.
Ice block?
Yeah, double ice block.
Oh, it saved his other petri.
Now you greedy bastard.
Bro, I need a little decurse angle.
What am I?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
No way!
You just killed
Oh my god.
원거리분들은 딜하시면 되고요.
AWO.
들어가.
Okay, this is the third boss, right? Yeah, third boss, because he's like at the end of the suppressor room. I just forget what his name is.
방설방 먹고 새끼 먼저 잡아. 새끼 먼저 잡아.
주차하러 가고. 자, 본인 생석 빠세요. 생석 빠시고.
민수 방벽. 민수 저거 케어 최저.
새끼 먼저 잡고.
새끼형 잡아드릴게요. 안둔. 피 보고 들어가야 돼요. 본인 피 보고 들어가.
반피 밑이면 들어오지 마요.
그러니까 힐을 기대하면 안 돼요. 만화가 없어요.
빠져. 일단 빠져. 일단 뒤로 빠져.
일단 다 뒤로 오세요.
Someone's
다
got a
뒤로 오세요.
bomb.
와.
The backpedaling are so too slow on the floor.
And here it is.
Yeah, come on.
Oh no way!
I remember doing this like 2-man when I was like hardcore, whatnot, just helping a priest guildie get that, and we got to like I feel like 30ish kills.
What the fuck?
2-man.
Cardiff! Oh my god! You were 69! Oh my god. Big wrestling. Oh.
Bro, what? Oh god.
Good one.
Oh, this is a huge pull. Huge pull.
They got a 4-man.
Hello there.
I'm frozen, bro. I can't do anything to help you.
No, you're good.
They're at retaliate if you got it. Oh, I think I got it.
I don't have it. I have 3 minutes.
We're good.
Alright, I'm gonna kite these out. This way.
Like twice. That's crazy.
On the summoner, I'm interrupting him.
I am boom. I think we can.
Oh, we jump down. Just jump down, guys. Just jump down. Let's just escape.
Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, heart. Oh wait, no.
We can't.
We can just kill him. Just
Just cut him out. Hamstrings. Just kill. That's my job.
I have mana back now for a bit. Just pull slow. Big heal. Okay.
I still have health.
Big heal.
Oh, I got innervate up, so.
Innervate. I don't see a druid in this party.
Yeah, we got this. Holy shit, boys.
A lot more actually. Nice.
Boys, I'm like shaking a little bit. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
God damn.
These fear, right? Or are they silence? Holy fuck. Oh no, 2 banshees. That healer is gonna get hella silence. Bonehead. Sounds like this is the last death.
I'm dead. GG! Fuck me!
Thank you for watching, and until next time.
Or circumstances, while making oneself or certain circumstances exempt from the same critical criteria, without providing adequate justification. So Mudahar says that I can't make these claims without presenting very, very serious, corroborative, ironclad evidence. Yet he does not apply this same rule to anyone else, including himself. Because if this is in fact what you actually believe, and you're just going to start creating universal rules that affect freedom of speech, are you going to start making videos on why Dan Schneider is innocent because there is no very, very serious corroborative ironclad evidence to prove he ever committed any crimes? So the point you are making literally serves to silence victims who have been wronged, yet have no evidence to prove a crime has been committed, which is quite common among cybercrimes against children, like on Kick Messenger, that keeps everyone anonymous and deletes all of its own data, which was the main source of communication within the cult of Camden.
One of the things that's the hardest to suspend disbelief on is this is a cult leader, allegedly, right, that uses social media to groom children, who also has no online footprint.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, and that's one of the things, because even last night I was looking up, like, Cameron Gerard Davis, and it was like, this guy's not alive, you know? Like, this guy's not there. And I would consider myself to be pretty good at finding, like, shit in cracks and crevices of the internet. So I consider myself pretty good at it. Could not find shit on Cameron Gerard Davis or that cult, which I think is incredibly suspicious.
I know more about Camden's family than I know about Camden through this investigation. And I don't know a single fucking thing that he's done definitively. And that's that's absolutely the problem.
Okay. So the fact that this predator is intelligent enough to keep his online activity anonymous, to the point his family is easier to find than he is, goes right over these stupid people's heads, which leads them to assume he isn't operating a cult because they can't find anything on him, which is something we already made clear on the 5-hour podcast they did not watch. These fucking idiots have clearly never investigated anything beyond the surface. There are global cyber criminal organizations that are so sophisticated and advanced, even multiple government agencies will struggle to expose them, just to find they are operated by a single person.
The videos you produce don't damn Cameron.
Camden. Maybe this is why you couldn't find him, because you couldn't even get his name right.
A lot of the screenshots don't punch hard since they're on screen for less than a second and lack the required context. If you want this person to be damned and attract the attention of a broader community, we need to sit down and piece this together out from beginning to its current stages in a damning but digestible manner.
I agree.
The story has a beginning, and we need to start there.
Well, there was a 5-hour podcast you never bothered to watch, so...
And that's where I'm going to leave these messages at, okay?
No, buddy. Nuh-uh-uh. You don't get to just cherry-pick DMs without consequences. I'm going to leak everything. I inform Mutahar of my project. He agrees to participate. I ask for his thoughts. He doesn't respond. I follow up with him. He doesn't respond. I follow up with him again, and he finally responds. He explains why he was gone and affirms that he's still interested. I apologize for my sense of urgency and ask for two things: a conversation with the survivors and his advice. He doesn't respond, so I make a video requesting for influencers to listen to the survivors for 15 minutes. He doesn't respond, so I ask for feedback on the artificial drama of Charlie. He agrees to watch. I keep him in the loop. He doesn't respond. I finally drop the video, and he finally responds. He claims to have caught up with the whole situation and gives me some feedback based on his limited understanding of the situation. I thank him for his advice and invite him to the server. He requests to call in during a live stream. This is the first time he actually talks to me about this case, and it isn't much. I thank him for his feedback, and he doesn't respond. He goes on live streams with people that hate me, and I ask to chat with him privately. He responds only to bring up CSEM allegations on the YouTube drama subreddit. I explain the Mega Drives to him. He ignores what I say and thinks that the cult survivors have CP on our server. I explain to him that that is not the case and re-explain the Mega Drives to him. He claims that Mega takes down CSEM from a fingerprint match, which is not true according to Mega's actual policies. I re-explain the Mega Drives for the third time and share a video timestamped with what I'm talking about. I try to understand what did who say regarding the Mega Drives. He says the Mega staff. I explained that I was not in charge of the Mega Drives. I passed my evidence to my team who uploaded it to Mega. I then explained to him that I'm open to answering more questions and that there's a lot of misinformation spreading around, and if he can just platform me or the survivors to give our side. He doesn't respond until I start streaming again. I thank him for his input on stream, but explain. Thanks for your valuable input on our stream. While we appreciate your advice, discussing these sensitive matters only in public settings is uncomfortable for everyone involved, including you, me, and especially the survivors. We'd prefer to handle such conversations privately, aligning with our initial request for discretion. We should continue these crucial discussions in a more confidential setting to respect and protect our survivors' narratives. Your cooperation in this would be greatly appreciated. We're also concerned about your recent appearances on Tommy C and Lyric streams, where you've shared views that contradict our case, especially after reviewing the evidence we provided. This has led to misunderstandings, with people now downplaying the evidence. We urge you to help correct these misconceptions, just as I'm addressing my own errors. Your careful consideration on this matter is crucial. And he doesn't respond. I had a call with Nuxtaku, who told me to apologize to Mutahar so that maybe he'll start to listen to reason. Mutahar explains that he is working on a video trying to get to the bottom of this situation, when he has literally made no private attempts with me or the survivors to get to the bottom of this situation. But he finally offers a one-on-one call. I explain my conditions,
sitting right here requesting Spencer's participation, that
he answers all of my questions, that I will be recording the conversation, and that he will need approval from the survivors who appear in this conversation before releasing it, as per his NDA. He asks why is the call covered by the NDA. He then requests DramaTuber Nicholas Diorio to participate in the call, and that he wants to prepare for the questions that I have for him. I answer his questions and explain why the non-disclosure agreement that he signed to protect the stories of the survivors would include a private call where we are talking about the case. We set up the call, and he tries to find reasons to breach his NDA. I re-explain the purpose of the NDA. The purpose of the NDA is not to inhibit your opinions. It is to protect the survivors and their stories. You are allowed to disseminate the evidence to the public, but you have to get the permission of the survivors first. It is their evidence after all. You do not even need my permission, just theirs. And I then explain why I name-dropped him in regards to the fact that he was looking into the evidence, because he was already publicly discussing that he's seen the evidence. He tells me that I should have conferred with him privately. I tell him, Muda, I've been trying to confer with you privately for the past few months. He then credits himself as being the most helpful person to speak on this case, and claims to be objective. He then says, I'll do whatever I can to help out in trying to have him prosecuted. I reply, I value your contribution and thank you for it. However, you said yourself that you might not be fully informed about the entire situation. Critiquing a case without thorough knowledge of the ongoing events is counterproductive. Cult psychologists, who are experts in this field, have approved the videos, and with all due respect, I place greater trust in their expertise on this matter than in yours. With that said, your support would mean the world to us, and I thank you for taking the time to sit down with us to discuss this, as we should have done from the start. We have all made mistakes here. Let's take this time to fix them. He says, well, that's what I aim to do tonight and in the next few days, talking to everyone I can about this situation, and lays out what he's interested in. I thank him and we get ready for the call. We have our call, and Spencer re-explains the events she already went over in the 5-hour podcast that they did not watch, that then derailed into loaded questioning and baiting for emotional responses, shouting over us while we were trying to answer their questions, which resulted in us shouting back at them, literal misrepresentation of actual facts, and Mudahar sucking his own dick, calling himself objective and that he's been helping out more than anyone else. Mudahar covers this call later in the video, so we'll come back to this. Mudahar tweets out that the call did not go well and blames it on me, as if him and Nicholas had no impact on it whatsoever. I tell him that I saw his tweet and implore him to wait for his own sake. He then asks for incontrovertible evidence that is going to vindicate this situation. I then give a very long response, which I'll read out to you. The growing amount of evidence is the evidence. The growing amount of survivors reaching out are the evidence. The consistency and complexity of the testimonies are the evidence. Please be patient while we are working with law enforcement before we continue our public campaigns and seek more survivors. If you need to see Camden Gerard Davis's literal devices before you are going to believe us, then we don't need or want you participating. With your power and influence, you are actively creating an environment that raises fear and doubt for survivors to reach out, and enforcing the defenses for predators, especially those who are extremely intelligent, who use platforms like Kick that have no archive of evidence like CSUM. Within the next few years, this case is going to blow up, and the truth will be revealed in time, especially as we continue to hound law enforcement, find more survivors, and film this documentary. There are many personalities who are going to appear on the wrong side of history after this, and I am doing everything in my power to prevent you from doing that. I am trying to look out for you in private. Meanwhile, you are actively targeting and attacking us in the public eye. And those are not just my words. That is the shared feelings of the survivors from your behaviors. They want an apology from you, not me, and yet I am still the one taking accountability, because I know I made some mistakes. Please, Muda, take some time to think deeply and clearly about this case, other well-known documented cases, and yourself. I admit to my mistakes. Please reflect on yours. I am not going to attack you publicly, but if we are forced into a position where we need to respond to you, we absolutely will, and we are not afraid to do so. And I promise you, it is going to get very ugly for you and your brand. We have called each other brothers. Please treat me as such as I have been doing for you. There is absolutely a time and place for a conversation on false accusations. I am a literal victim of this phenomenon, and I would love to have a public conversation about it, even on your podcast, if you'll have me. But this case is not it. He then ignores almost everything I say to highlight, "What do you mean it's going to get very ugly for me and my brand?" The way he responded to this will show you just how little he actually cares for the survivors and how much more he cares about himself and his reputation. I'm literally asking you for evidence.
Damn,
I'm never stating Camden is innocent.
None of these hunters
this is
are
going to be
made
the
to
one
know
thing
how to
that is
cut.
going to sound so
We just
controversial.
sit there and
to
wait
his
for
camp.
them to,
There's
like, to lose.
There's a chance that fucking Camden Gerard Davis could even be an innocent individual.
Yeah.
And treats me and the survivors like we are guilty.
I would just want to come out and just be like, "Fuck you! I think you're all lying cretins." You piece of shit."
There's a great quote by Edward Snowden. "When exposing a crime is treated as committing a crime, you are being ruled by criminals. You've made a poor job of presenting this. How is it bad for me to tell people to think critically and demand concrete evidence when blasting an individual?" So I agree. I did make a poor job of presenting this. However, from all the streams and videos I've seen, I don't think there's a single time he tells anyone to actually think critically. And he is actually doing the opposite.
So I'm just gonna say it like it is. A lot of people watching YouTube cannot critically think anymore. So when that video came out and I was like, I'm reading the comments, I'm like, yo, they're eating this shit up. What the I don't want to blame the audience anymore. I think at the end of the day, it's like, listen, you guys up, but so did I, because recently something came out where I didn't even critically think properly. And this involves a close friend who you've heard on this channel, Mama Max.
I emphasize that what I said is not a threat. That is a promise, Mudahar. And as you can see, I am keeping that promise. He explains cases can be ruined if accusations are made without solid evidence presented in public videos. He doesn't cite any sources or read out any legal definitions. He just says it. What about prior investigations that have faked elements? Want to continue our conversation? I've been unfortunately used as a metric of validation for your content, when in reality there are a lot of legitimate holes in your work. But you've worked with me in the past, and then lied claiming you haven't.
But I guess, could you speak to his credibility on previous stories?
I've never worked with a previous investigation on the Mom Act stuff. I can't even say that I'm the biggest expert on some of his previous investigations. That's something that he never looped me in on. We never really talked about an investigation. We never really got it. The only thing close to it was I remember when we had that wake up YouTuber there was this hashtag, I forget.
Answer
the
us
exact hashtag.
PedoTube.
Yeah.
You discussed even a couple nights ago with Nick that you didn't actually get any convictions despite publicly claiming. You claim to have an arrest. Sorry, not conviction. No, buddy, I actually didn't claim to have an arrest.
But you didn't put him in jail. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if we put him in jail, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I made a claim that a predator was in police custody based on information that I was given. That still has not been verified whether it's true or not. But you haven't truly delivered any justice in the world. So I think exposing the platforms that enable this type of behavior is the best thing I can do until Section 230 is corrected. Getting an arrest is not justice, okay? As they just walk free within the same year. And exposing the platform is also the exact same thing you did when you were helping me. Because from my understanding, you did not get any arrests made from these platforms either, buddy. It's not that I don't believe a victim. Let's get in a call and interview each other about it. I do, but I also have to be critical of them. What is a call going to do that this chat isn't already doing? I disagree. I think if he actually wanted answers, he'd be more than willing to get in a call. But he already got what he wanted for his video, so he clearly had no interest in understanding. And furthermore, I think he knew I was going to interrogate him. Very well, then we have questions for you as well. What are your questions? I believe you asked what you wanted in our call a couple nights ago. Our conversation went unfinished when you left. So let's just finish it here then. Very well. But I don't believe we will have a meaningful conversation without some mediators. May we add some? I mean, you wanted to ask questions, so ask away. I'll answer to the best of my ability. Why can't you, at a minimum, apologize to the survivors? You hear Spencer almost break down to tears, but somehow it's my fault when you are the one that said shit to start with. I apologize if I've upset her in any way. I believe in the call we had Nick apologized, and I've obviously co-signed the apology since he's the person I brought in, and we were having this conversation together. Oh, my bad, Mudahar. I didn't know that's how apologies worked. What shit did I say?
Ain't no way any dumbass is falling for no Vampire Twilight shit.
We should schedule a call soon to be clear and constructive, because a screenshot of a Discord chat is not enough evidence for the general public. If we can't come to a meaningful resolution, then please just go ahead and release your video, and we will respond accordingly. My video has nothing to do with your victims. It has to do with your handling of this case, more specifically, not your victims, sorry. The alleged victims of Camden Davis at the moment. I do apologize for making Spencer feel bad or cry, but I don't believe I've said anything that was inflammatory.
Dude, just gets gangbanged in this universe, bro. What the fuck?
I'm being objective. I'm being objective on the situation, which is what you asked for in your videos to do. If nothing else, please wait for my video if you want to be more informed. I promise you waiting to hear my side before you talk about this will be beneficial for you and your platform. Yes, I messed up, and so did you. But I am proactively trying my best to rectify the situation. Creating more drama videos will only take away from the actual case at hand. We can either work together to repair, we can ignore each other, or we can waste precious time and energy bickering on the internet. And I wish you the best. I need to ask, how did I make a mistake? I have been critical appropriately of your behavior, and you seem to mask any criticism here as drama. I'm not making a video for drama, or to make any money. Clearly this is a demonetized topic. I will have to discuss how you mishandled, and ultimately this serves as a wake-up call to the community as to handle this case. I'm not here to ruin a case. I believe you have done that on your own. If there is any compelling evidence to prove the serious allegations you've made towards Camden, don't you believe that should have come out in the first, second, or even third video you've made? We should schedule a call if you'd like to actually come to a resolution. There are many more questions I would like to ask of you, and I'm more than happy to answer any of yours. We can do it privately, or we can invite any mediators. This current dialogue is not productive over text. I don't understand how it's not productive. I've answered your first request and apologized to Spencer just now. I consider that positive. Could you answer the last question I had? If you can answer that question, it gives me enough time to restructure my video and deliver a compelling video on Camden, and I can help explain the story the way you have been unable to thus far. You have to work with me on this for the survivor's sake. You have to work with me on this for the survivor's sake.
At the end of this, you can see that it becomes very apparent that Mudahar is emotionally broken me.
I want to do right by the victims that you're putting on your channel. You know my platform relies on constant fact-checking because of the mishandling of the story. I've got numerous messages pointing out contradictions in the stories of the victims, which I hate having to see. I am objective. I am objective. I will try to do my best. I will even work with you on taking you off this case and having it sent to the authorities or lawyers like we discussed with Nux before. My goal is that if there is a victim in a cult operation and hundreds are still victimized, that needs to be stopped. Currently, this story is filled with unsubstantiated public claims and needs to stop. This needs to be treated respectfully, not for anyone's career.
I just wanted to let everyone know that we currently have more concurrent viewers on my stream than Pokemane's first stream on YouTube. I'm very appreciative of Mudahar because he did help me out at a time this year that I desperately kind of needed a little push.
But for the hell these victims claim to have gone through. I've read the leaked police report of Kai. I also have seen a leaked report of her kit. I believe she's been through some serious trauma, and I know no one goes through a hellish experience like a kit for something like clout. In her situation, police responded, but unfortunately the situation was quite honestly wild. That's why it's important to present the story in a way that can be absolutely substantiated for the audience that you are trying to convince, and then also to make sure law enforcement agencies can better understand and deliver justice. Right now you've put Spencer and Kai at the front of a very serious civil lawsuit against Camden. I don't want to see a person win who also doesn't appear to be innocent or a good person in my eyes. The worst thing in my opinion that can happen is a man like Camden, who's been alleged of inducing miscarriages, beating women, and possibly raping multiple younger women, is if they get to walk free and possibly siphon money from these victims. Spencer is making claims about her miscarriages that medical professionals I've conferred with are claiming a near impossibility. The worst part of that is that sole inconsistency is now being used to attempt and discredit her story. What do you mean, by you and your commentary buddies?
Okay. Dude, I fucking wish I had a uterus, bro. I wish I could ask these questions way better.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Research, dude.
God damn.
Oh my god, bro.
Texture in transition just for research, dude.
Oh my god. I hate this so much. This is... She's retarded. She's absolutely retarded. And she thinks that she is like pulling wool over your eyes like we're dumb enough not to know this shit. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hashtag we are retarded.
I'm going to say that I don't believe her, but these are questions that are now raised and we have to ask. The lack of cult knowledge is making me and many others seriously have doubts that this was an organized cult versus a group of teenagers who watched too much media and worked their life off of that. But see, that's the problem. This didn't have to be a cult story. This should have been a story of an alleged abusive who lured vulnerable women. Oh, you mean like Keith Raniere, or David Koresh, or Charles Manson. Those kinds of that lured vulnerable women, right? Instead, now it's conflated with a cult story that involves constant mentioning of hundreds upon hundreds of victims that has yet to be substantiated. I hope after reading all this you understand I don't come from a place of anger.
I'm angry. I know, I'm legitimately angry. And
well, I mean, I'm like I want you to tell me more. I like it's like the anger is good.
I have been complicit to some extent endorsing you as my friend, when in reality your content in the past has had some serious doubt cast on it. If I am to take your side, then you need to finally produce some serious compelling evidence so I can stand by you. I don't deny the victims have been through trauma. I am concerned they've put their faith in you and you haven't truly done their story a modicum of justice. I come from a place of reason. I have done actual investigations and have delivered justice, but my investigations have been the polar opposite of your God Cult project, and I know you also realize this. The advice I gave to you privately and publicly is the same advice I have always given. When I work on projects, I make sure then I produce a piece that can walk the audience through serious claims and provide serious evidentiary examples beyond a victim testimony. I'm not saying testimony isn't important. It is. What's also important is present proper context and supplementary materials, not to convince your audience, but to deflect any possible question any skeptic can have. When you have a bulletproof piece, you can rest assured that your content actually matters, not just in its style, but also its substance. In a piece, it can provide a victim, in this case of some of the worst crimes humans can perform. Let's schedule a call soon, Muda. I believe there are a lot of misunderstandings. Some on my part, some on the parts of others, and some just because it's such a complex case. We should take the time to listen to each other's perspectives. No interrupting or yelling at each other. Just try our best to find a resolution from here. Thank you for now taking the time to give us your attention. I'm about to head out, so please just give me a time and day, and I'm more than happy to answer your questions in real time. Enjoy your Saturday. Hey Muda, my video's almost done. Would you like to review it? Also, is there a good time and date we can have a conversation? Sure, let's review the video. Great, I'll send it to you once it's complete. Should be later today or early tomorrow. I'll review this video. I have a video planned for Tuesday, and depending on how you present this, and if you can substantiate your claims, I can alter how I present based on new, meaningful information. Awesome. I can't wait to come to a meaningful resolution. Sorry, Muda. I'm still waiting for approval from all the survivors. Are you still uploading tomorrow? I am. The survivors would like to know what time. My video's not about them. They do know it's about you. I'm not actually covering or bringing undue attention to the criticism they're receiving because of the lack of evidence out. The only survivors I'm talking about anonymously are the ones who've reached out to me. I'm currently working with a legal team and we're about to start an open channel with Georgia police, so I'm not really talking about this or the story until we can seal the deal on criminal action. Yes, we are aware. If that's the case, then we need to involve the survivors as soon as possible. Can we schedule a call sometime this or next week? I will only work with the survivors, not with you. Very well, I'll have them reach out to you. If they want to communicate with me, then they can sometime next week. So you can see his priority was the video on me and not talking to the survivors. I'm only serving as a liaison. I'm gonna solidify things with my legal team, and until my only involvement will be covering the legal cost for this. Here is Spencer's Discord. That would be a huge help. Thank you, Muda. The survivors and I would like a clear explanation about what's happening in regards to your video about me. Why are the survivors interested in a video about your handling of the case? It's just about how you handled the case. Mudahar, you are so fucking stupid if you truly believe that your video on me had no effect on the survivors.
Obviously, I communicated with Max privately about the situation.
He doesn't respond. 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 I finally dropped the video, and he finally responds.
But as we are making this video now, it's evolved into an entire miasma of complete confusion for people jumping in.
And you didn't make it any better. In fact, you made it much worse.
What the fuck? If you're gonna call me a retard, call me a retard. I am a retard here.
And if you're confused now, just wait until we dig in further.
And that's why I'm here now, to clear up any remaining confusion.
Now, it's understandable that the story actually belongs to Max. Max was the first one to bring it to YouTube.
Well, that's a cute little manipulation tactic right there. That's like saying the story of Jonestown solely belongs to New West magazine, or the story of Nexium solely belongs to the New York Times. We do not have intellectual property copyrights over these stories, just because we're the first to tell them. The story belongs to the survivors. What Mudahar is doing is called scapegoating. Scapegoating is the practice of singling out a person or group for unmerited blame and consequent negative treatment. So while I can and do take accountability for my own mistakes telling this story, I am not in control of other people's actions. And there were hundreds, if not thousands, of other people affecting and influencing and telling this story in their own way. And Mudahar specifically was speaking more on this story than even I was. And yet he wants you all to believe that the story exclusively belongs to my name and no one else, so that he can deflect all accountability onto me. That all of this and everyone's actions in this situation are single-handedly my fault, just because I was the first person to present this story.
And when you're making incredibly serious claims like he was making, they require incredibly serious corroborative evidence.
And I agree. That is why we were inviting people to listen to the survivors in private, to give their testimonies and present their evidence to you.
You can't necessarily go to any YouTuber and tell them, hey, please say some of the most insane accusations you can make about anybody's character.
Then why are you doing that with me?
And do that basically on blind faith.
I don't want you to come in blindly and like just do what I say based on what I'm saying. I wanted what is happening right now, a conversation with a survivor and her walking you through her evidence. Like I want y'all to like get in and look at this with me and, you know, determine what needs to be done from there.
Yes, I know that he said to people that there is evidence locked behind an NDA, but if that evidence isn't publicly available, you literally are opening yourself up to a very, very serious claim from this person.
We were more than prepared to take on counterclaims from the accused party. What we were not prepared for was influencers who signed the NDA to start leaking information and sabotage our campaign.
That also said, making these serious claims can only entice this person if they're actually, say, allegedly guilty of them. And it could cause them to go down and delete evidence so that if they know that they are under scrutiny or investigation, they might start actually getting rid of actionable evidence that can exist.
That is a risk with every public awareness campaign, whether or not evidence is publicly available or not.
If these people are potentially armed and dangerous, it could make them go above the edge, over the edge, and then actually cause harm to the people around them as some form of retribution to somebody online.
Again, this can happen whether evidence is publicly available or not.
And that's why you have to be incredibly careful.
Oh, like how you were incredibly careful?
If Mudahar actually did have to sign an NDA to see the information, he broke that NDA with me because he told me in my DMs that it's what the evidence is.
It's like NDAs aren't enforceable in this situation. Like, I mean, I could leak out everything. What's gonna happen? Are you gonna sue me or something? Dude, I'll just fast track, hurry it up, and just release this fucking thing myself.
So Mudahar is trying to explain all the ways that exposing crimes can go wrong, and blaming all of that potential misfortune on me, instead of holding the actual perpetrator accountable. Because after all, If someone commits crimes in retaliation of being exposed, we should imprison the person who exposed them, not the perpetrator themselves.
You can't be making claims unless you can 100% back them with evidence that would hold up in a court of law, let alone public opinion.
I disagree. If you have been wronged, but do not have any evidence to support your claims, you still have freedom of speech, and you should be allowed to use your voice, even if it won't hold up in a court of law, and that applies to the accused party as well. That is what I am advocating for, to use your voice, because there are so many crimes that are committed, especially cybercrimes against children, without any evidence to back up that these crimes ever happened. The victim still has freedom of speech and should be allowed to use their voice to tell their story.
But with that also said, I understand that evidence sometimes can't be perfect. Sometimes you can't have silver bullets sitting around. But if you don't have anything actionable at all, then it's best kept quiet until you do.
This is the type of shit that predators will say to their victims. Do you realize how many cases would not have even begun without public accusations?
There is now nowhere left for you to hide, Larry.
More than 160 women say Larry Nassar abused them. It's one of the worst abuse scandals in the history of sports. And it went on for more than 2 decades. How did he get away with it? When USA Gymnastics got a complaint about Nassar in 2016, the organization paid the gymnast $1.25 million to stop her from speaking about the abuse. MSU has said that no one at the university believed that Nassar committed abuse prior to the newspaper reports in the summer of 2016.
We saw the worst scandal in history unfold because a predator was left in power for decades.
But if you don't have anything actionable at all, then it's best kept quiet until you do.
So not only are you putting out the worst piece of advice on your platform, this is literally the exact opposite of what actual victims advocate for.
I hope that by speaking today, you absorbed a small amount of light, a small knowing that you can't be silenced, a small satisfaction that justice was served, a small assurance that we are getting somewhere, and a big, big knowing that you are important, unquestionably.
And this is where part 2 of this video comes into, where we look at Max's rebranding, known as God Cult.
And that concludes part 1 of Mama Max is a Complete Fraud, the most serious video that Mutahar might have made in his entire career on this platform. Let's review what he did here. He introduces the video by assassinating my character using logical fallacies and manipulative storytelling. He cherry-picks DMs and lies about the circumstances surrounding them, and then he plays Ghostwire Tokyo whilst harping about the importance of providing evidence without providing any evidence. So I'm not quite sure how this video proves anything, except the fact that Mutahar is a complete fraud. So if this is in fact your most serious video, Mutahar, I shudder to think what that means for the rest of your content. And this video only gets worse from here.
And this is where part 2 of this video comes into, where we look at Max's rebranding, known as God Cult.
The purpose of rebranding the channel to God Cult was a way to educate by demonstration. Here's the explanation I sent to the cult experts who were helping me with the documentary, which you can pause and read if you like.
This video, Brainwash Your Favorite Influencer, begins with a QR code and a text at the bottom asking viewers to send the video to large specific channels.
Yeah, this is called subliminal messaging, which is used by cults.
He scrolls a massive disclaimer I need frame-by-frame analysis to read.
Yeah, that's because this is called a speed disclaimer, used as a form of compliance-based advertising, typically by pharmaceutical companies, but has also been used by cults.
2 key points from this bullshit that I found interesting to me was when Max had signified that this was fictitious materials, when in reality this is serious allegations we're talking about.
That's pretty funny, considering you never had a problem with this same exact disclaimer beforehand, even though it's present in all of my previous hunting projects, some of which you helped me with. So if this is in fact a big point of contention for you, why did you never bother to comment about it until this very moment?
Even if it is for legal reasons, can we actually believe anything that you're about to say and the people that you're about to name? That's a pretty big point of contention, and one that we'll come back to round trip towards the end of the video. The other big part is when he starts pointing out that if influencers deny anything here in this, then they could be one of these following horrible things, like internet, like human, so on and so forth. Which again is insane to put anybody critical of what they're about to see, especially when they should be critical of what Max is about to post, into a severe camp just again for denying any of the contents that he's posted in this video.
Maybe that's because this is an example of milieu control. Milieu control involves the control of communication within a group environment. That also may or may not result in a significant degree of isolation from surrounding society. When non-group members or outsiders are considered or potentially labeled as less valuable without basis for stated group-supported and group-reinforced prejudice. Group members may have a tendency to then consider themselves as intellectually superior, which can limit alternate points of view, thus becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy in which group members automatically begin to devalue others and the intellect of others that are separate from their group, without logical rationale for doing so. Cults typically demonize critics and reinforce an echo chamber of thinking, which you might find is actually quite common among commentary channels.
So that's what drives me crazy. There's like a fucking incestuous commentary community right now that is a for-profit misinformation machine. Guys, we really got to be better at this in the future. It's like, no, it's a for-profit misinformation machine.
So anyways, he asks to send this video to their favorite influencer to test them on their character. He guides through a tutorial on using the YouTube frame-by-frame keyboard commands to prepare viewers for a game. And he asks a series of questions. If God appeared before you and told you to sacrifice a child, would you do it? What?
In Judaism and Christianity, the story of the binding of Isaac is a test of faith, where God appears before Abraham and asks him to sacrifice his son Isaac. As he's about to sacrifice Isaac, an angel of the Lord says, "It's just a prank, bro, don't kill your son." The question is meant to prod at the story because in the modern world, if someone kills their child and says, "God told me to do it," that person would be considered mentally insane. It's meant to provoke thought about how people can be brainwashed into doing things they would never otherwise do if they believe the person giving them the order is a divine being, like cult leaders.
Then he gives another long string of BS that I have to frame by frame analyze. Now you can read this for yourself by pausing the video or slowing down. I've slowed the footage down by around 70%. So to understand the actual stuff that he's talking about is humanity will end up destroying itself if we don't protect our children. Children should be taught self-sufficiency, and these are all noble things to say.
So this is called a doomsday scenario, which is quite common among cults.
He falls into a tangent about artificial intelligence and, again, misinformation. These are topics that come up throughout this entire series later.
That's because it's not a tangent. It's actually quite relevant for this entire project, as you will soon learn.
But again, this is part of where the video's artsy natures come into. So hopefully soon we'll be getting into talking about the actual allegations he will be making.
And hopefully soon we will be getting into the actual allegations you will be making. We're about a third of the way into your video now, and you still have yet to prove how I am a fraud.
What comes next is a video from a cult expert that Max has brought on. And then it dives right into the first serious allegation and key part of this story.
Wait, an actual cult expert. We're just gonna glance right over that. We're not gonna even play a single thing he says. It's not like he's an expert and has anything important to say.
I am not an expert.
This is so fucking funny. He just skips. Oh, an actual expert on the subject matter? Let's just skip that. All right, buddy. Since Mutahar clearly has no intention to educate his audience, I'll go ahead and play this clip because I do believe it is one of the most important parts about this project.
I would say one of the things that really bothers me and that I think about, and I've been confronted with this situation many times, are minor children recruited by destructive cults online.
It's almost like this is the thesis statement for my project.
This video serves as their scream for action against their perpetrator.
Now give yourself a second to breathe. These are very serious allegations.
Thanks, Sherlock. The previous 10 times you've said this weren't enough, but I think we finally get it now.
These type of allegations require absolute concrete proof.
Thanks, Sherlock. The previous 10 times you've said this weren't enough, but I think we finally get it now.
And not a YouTube video, okay? This should be reviewed by lawyers, sent to police agencies. This is serious stuff.
I agree, and we did.
And so, when we get to this, who is Max claiming to target? He talks about Camden.
Cameron.
Now here, Max gives full names, plays loud music, and again, I have to frame by frame analyze, which, for a serious topic like this, please stop the theatrics.
Again, this was never a problem beforehand. All of my audience, including you at times, were more than happy to see these topics presented with my editing style. But perhaps it is better to be straight to the point, and I will concede on that.
Present this with the respect it deserves.
Oh, you mean like this?
Because the police report states that there are allegations from her own mother saying there are allegations that her grandpa, like I said.
He was a dude. The grandpa was fucking.
Dude, I'm just sitting. No, dude. The funnier reality is that they just won't.
What would the grandpa look like if they were black or Chinese?
I quit.
Present it with the respect it deserves. There's a possibility that he will use anonymous accounts on various internet forums to spread rumors or false information about the victim or filmmakers. Any proof of a disinformation campaign, maybe some screenshots of his various accounts and postings, none of that are provided here.
Yeah, let me just hop into my time machine so I can grab future screenshots of events that have not happened yet. Now, I could have provided screenshots of previous attempts of his cult doing this, which we sent to you, but you probably would have just as easily said that screenshots aren't evidence of anything. And that's literally what you do.
He may attempt to engage drama-oriented media sources, leveraging their platforms to spin a narrative in their favor. To my knowledge, no one in that drama-specific community has been contacted by this person.
I am literally just dispensing information based on the body of research as observed and documented by cult experts, of which you are not.
And that also said, this isn't drama, Max. This is a serious crime we're discussing.
Hey, Mutahar, feel free to reread this statement at your own pace. Where do I ever say in this short statement that these allegations are drama? Pretty funny that you're making this point when you and your friends were farming drama content off of this situation.
And that's what bugs me. Why are we not treating this with actual respect?
And that's what bugs me. Why are you not treating this with actual respect?
Then I met Carrie, the girl that introduced me to Camden.
Carrie?
And...
Not the Netflix show. And that's what bugs me. Why are we not treating this with actual respect? This isn't a fucking Netflix show.
But it probably will be someday, and you have been well documented on this situation. In fact, here's a tweet from your wife that you liked.
Nick, you gotta pull up the Dojangles tweet in chat. You gotta pull it up.
Oh
dude.
God, what is
You
that?
gotta pull it up. You gotta pull it up.
Yo, what did Do say?
No, I'm not pulling that up. I'm not pulling that up. No, I'm not pulling that up. Xylee, you're supporting this, Xylee? You're supporting this?
Yes, I am supporting it.
What the fuck?
What is this?
What is going on? What am I looking at?
What the fuck?
This is a serious, heinous crime.
Mutahar, are you materially accusing Camden of committing a serious, heinous crime?
He wasn't alleging, he was actually materially accusing them of a serious, heinous crime. These type of allegations require absolute concrete proof. You can't be making claims unless you can 100% back them with evidence that would hold up in a court of law. That said, Mama Max has committed almost every single sin in the book. He has a history of spreading disinformation to deflect the allegations against him. Again, where's the proof?
We sent it to you, buddy.
Any links to his posts online or his accounts that are spreading this disinformation. In this video, nothing like that's given.
Did you not just say earlier?
And it could cause them to go down and delete evidence so that if they know that they are under scrutiny or investigation, they might start actually getting rid of actionable evidence that can exist.
So you want me to provide links to his various accounts and postings publicly, but do so in a way where he won't know that he's under investigation or scrutiny. If you can teach me of a way where that's even possible, please let me know.
He may resort to legal threats as a method to suppress his story and silence victims. To this date, no one covering this has reported that they've received any legal notices from this person.
Again, dumbass, I am just dispensing typical behavior among cult leaders.
But Max, didn't you threaten to sue Mutahar to suppress his story?
No, I don't care if he makes videos on me. But the survivors and I do care that he was breaching his NDA, leaking sensitive information without the consent of the survivors, slandering the campaign before conducting a thorough investigation, or any investigation whatsoever, discouraging others from engaging with us, inciting harassment with influencers that are known for cyberbullying and cyberstalking, and was compelling the survivors to delete all of their digital interactions with each other, which in many cases can be viewed as tampering with evidence and obstruction of justice. And so I informed Spencer's, and she wanted me to ask the survivors if they wanted to sue Mutahar, which some of them did, and for very valid reasons. And then that got leaked by another bad actor who breached his NDA. But we will be discussing that matter on another video.
According to multiple sources, he is implicated in criminal activities affecting minors. Again, it's up to Max to provide the relevant reports.
It's actually up to the survivors if they want to come forward with their report, which some of them did. And even then, you and your friends and your audience members were picking apart every single report to diminish the value of each one.
And we'll revisit this person's legal situation later.
Why later? Why not just do it right now? Is it not relevant to what we are talking about? You know damn well, if you were objective and just relaying the facts, this video would look a lot less critical, wouldn't it?
It's not uncommon for figures like him to accuse detractors of slander in an attempt to shift the narrative. As of the time of me recording this, no one to my knowledge has been communicated by this person specifically.
No one to your knowledge. Do you happen to have open communication with every single human being on Earth?
There's a possibility that he will use social media and other platforms to discredit us or make counterclaims to confuse the public. The individual, once again, hasn't posted publicly about this to my knowledge.
You have no knowledge. You couldn't even get his fucking name right. Moron.
Max, you gotta substantiate these massive claims. That is your job as a person delivering this story.
And by that very same logic, Mutahar, you gotta substantiate these massive claims. That is your job as a person delivering this story.
He gives us his name, which I'm going to refer to as K to make it simple. He cuts to a montage of what he discusses human trafficking is evolving, destructive cults are growing, an enemy of the children is an enemy of us all. God cult is translated to guard our descendants. That's the cult. It's about protecting children.
Oh my god, yes, that's correct. Holy shit, finally, you've said something that isn't wrong. Wow. Okay, so why the fuck are you criticizing it like it's not a cult?
That if influencers deny anything here in this, then they could be one of these following horrible things like internet, like human so on and so forth, which again is insane.
You know what else is insane is that I literally say the video may also cause diarrhea or constipation. But you have nothing to say about that, do you?
He asks us to share Spencer's story and asks the audience to contact several of our YouTubers. Some of them include H3H3. Some of them include Joe Rogan. Some of them include Anthony Fontana.
It's actually not an uncommon practice to reach out to public figures for advocacy purposes, and sometimes called pressure politics. These techniques have also been used by cults. Scientology is perhaps the most well-known group associated with intense pressure politics.
Literally, he is in this video asking Anthony Fontana, check it out, there's a cool banger you're hearing.
I agree that this doesn't belong in the video, but that was the agreement I had with the composer.
In the same video where he is discussing very serious allegations and very, very serious stories regarding victims. You can imagine why a lot of people are looking at this as him treating this as a joke. It's not a joke. This is serious.
But Mutahar, you make jokes on serious videos all the time.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and what if I told you the feds were alleged to be running half of the most illegal websites on the internet? And the FBI facilitated the victimization of minor children and furthered the commission of a more serious crime, the distribution that they were initially just going against. Dog, are you kidding with me? Are you fucking around? It's not a joke. This is serious.
With sponsorships.
When you use our link, guard.io/SOG, join over 1 million users and keep yourself safe online.
And apparently the antivirus subreddit has been discussing how guard.io is useless and invasive adware. So you're basically profiteering off of serious topics and scamming your audience, which we'll get to later.
And in reality, what are people like Mr. Beast? What are people like PewDiePie gonna do? What are you gonna bring his kid into this? What, he's a father now, so he's not gonna signal boost unsubstantiated claims? What is Joe Rogan gonna do about this situation? None of these people are experts or have any legal backing to help you in this situation.
Are you stupid? Do you have to be an expert with multiple degrees and certifications before you can speak on something?
I am not an expert.
No. You act like these people don't have any resources or contacts or platforms that could help this case.
I was born into a cult, a high control group that I didn't know to call a cult because, you know, I was born there.
You were a child. Yeah.
That was my whole experience.
When there are many situations that were exposed with the help of public figures, including yourself.
Now this individual right here, ladies and gentlemen, had a conspiracy to engage in the worst forms of trafficking known to man. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I talked about this man a year ago, and a year later, he has actually been arrested by the police, possibly facing extradition for running a literal cult. All they can do is make unsubstantiated claims alongside you.
Or they could investigate these unsubstantiated claims, as you call them, and discover that they are quite substantiated by multiple pieces of evidence with other testimonies, to where even you are calling it one of the most serious of cases after you realized it is quite substantial, and put social pressure on the appropriate law enforcement agencies to begin a criminal case against the accused party. And that's just one of many resolutions that could happen with the support of a large platform.
Now, I was expecting at the end of this video more explanation of how this person was a cult leader, or how they human trafficked Spencer. So far, we have her testimony, but no real hard-hitting, irrefutable evidence that corroborates that testimony.
You'll probably have noticed by now he keeps using words like hard-hitting and irrefutable. This type of evidence is called incontrovertible evidence. This type of evidence is extremely difficult to find, because most evidence leaves some room for interpretation, doubt, or rebuttal. However, in the law of evidence, there are many different types that can lead to a conviction. Testimony, documentary evidence, real or physical evidence, digital evidence, exculpatory evidence, inculpatory evidence, demonstrative evidence, eyewitness identification, DNA profiling, lies as evidence, and consciousness of guilt. These can all serve as evidence without having to be incontrovertible. If incontrovertible evidence was the standard, then most crimes would go unpunished. How often does someone have a live feed of someone assaulting them? That's pretty rare.
Max has already called this person a child predator. And I'm not a fly on the wall, so I don't know if that statement is true or not.
Why are you acting like you've never called someone a child predator without evidence? I know there's more than a few people who remember you calling Night Docs a predator without any evidence.
The only way to prove that statement is true is evidence.
The only way to prove this statement is true is evidence, which you still have not provided.
Which Max has not provided publicly yet.
Again, why does the evidence need to be publicly available, specifically in a YouTube video format by the channel Mama Max, before it is worth your consideration? It was available to you privately in a Discord server with the permission of the survivors, which is what they wanted to secure a criminal investigation.
How can a creator stick their neck out and help when this whole situation relies on blind faith instead of facts?
Since you keep referring to the facts as blind faith, let me just lay out the facts. Spencer went missing on March 18th, 2016. There is evidence that she was with Camden during this time. In her testimony, she describes multiple crimes that were committed both by Camden and herself. There may be no evidence of crimes committed against her. However, there are police reports filed against Camden for these crimes. There is also evidence of Camden's accounts, which are corroborated by multiple other victims. And these multiple other victims have their own testimonies and pieces of evidence, and they will come forward with them when they are ready to do so. So I'm not quite sure how any of this applies as blind faith to you, but okay, buddy.
I worked on a case recently with Carl, which relied on us, not the same situation, mind you, definitely less serious, but it relied on providing proper relevant documentation to corroborate our accusations. Had I made those videos without providing documentation from, the Internal Revenue Service, actually doing my journalistic duty to contact all parties involved on tape.
And yet you didn't do any of that in this situation. It would be like if Carl Jobst reached out to you for help, and instead of helping Carl or reaching out to all parties involved, you proceeded to go on live streams with people who hate Carl and giving them every reason why the completionist may be innocent in this situation, and subsequently doing everything in your power to ensure Carl becomes a laughing stock. That is what you have done here. So stop using that investigation as a way to substantiate your credibility in this case, because you have failed the survivors of Camden just as much, if not more, than I have.
Managed to convince my way onto that bus, then I went to Memphis, and then stayed there a week.
Man,
Camden
she has got some
had,
fucking powers of persuasion, does she not?
Dude, she has like a high luck stat. Like,
I wish I could fucking get onto my airplanes this easily. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't have a boarding pass,
Where are
but
they
you know.
getting the money for all this travel too?
No, she has no money. She's convincing her way on, dude. She's a high luck stat. She's just walking up to people and requesting.
Let's I guess let's do some role playing. One of you guys is a bus driver. I'm Spencer. Okay. It's like fucking just.
No.
May your blades never dull.
I like the role playing thing. The bus driver allows you to pass.
Dude, speech stat was 100.
Nat 20, let's go.
I'm picturing it with like Baldur's Gate on or something.
Yeah, right.
No, she dressed up as fucking Gandalf. She's like, I will pass. Like.
Yes, my mistress, you shall enter your bus.
Then people would laugh me out immediately. Nobody would ever talk about that situation, and I would be a laughingstock. That is a situation Max is currently facing at this moment, and it's entirely of his own volition.
It is entirely of my own volition, because I am, after all, in full control of every single influencer who has spoken on this case, and therefore no one else can be held responsible for their own actions. Only I alone can be held responsible for everyone's actions in this situation.
Okay, so now that we've seen the first video, we went over it, the amount of evidence in this first brainwashing piece has culminated so far in one witness testimony, not part of that video. It's a 4 to 5 hour piece you can watch. No supporting evidence to help corroborate the situation, no records of conversation, no travel documentation to show a minor at the time traveling across state lines. And he didn't even explain what this cult was. But I want to know more about this vampire werewolf cult. So far, nothing tangible from Max has been explained. And again, that's a serious crux of this problem. The second video on Max's channel is titled, This is What Happened to Mama Max, a 25-minute video explaining the current trajectory of the channel and addressing criticism. In this video, he covers the history of what he produced, how YouTube tackled his racy uploads, and how he constantly shifted gears to YouTube's evolving climate. One of the big turning points in there was when he worked on the Kanye Quest video and found a group of friends in the horror community, in the dark horror community. And he found that there was an alarming situation of predators in YouTube comment section searching for kids. And this is where Max claims his fight would be headed.
Why do you keep saying that I claimed to do these things? Like there's not entire years of evidence that that is exactly what I've been doing.
And it's more of a response to the criticism that he's been getting on that last video.
It was more so to address confusion, since my audience didn't really understand what was happening.
You are covering content that involves you hunting down some investigating and bringing to light serious crimes. Regardless of how much of a filmmaker you are, These are real stories, and hiding behind a shield of vulnerable children when people question your nature just doesn't sound good.
So this is what they call a straw man. The typical straw man argument creates the illusion of having refuted or defeated an opponent's proposition through the covert replacement of it with a different proposition. So when I say something like, I'm trying to expose platforms and predators that prey on vulnerable children, my detractors will twist that into something like, Mama Max is using child victims for views, despite the fact that children do not even appear in my videos. Or another example, I do something as simple as giving a survivor an opportunity to speak.
That was snaky as fuck, dude. Oh, I've
literally been meaning
you
to say
tell him
this.
what you felt. You are literally just
Because it literally... Can you listen to me? Can you listen to me?
And they twist that into hiding behind victims and using them as a shield from criticism.
Yeah, dude, because you're using her as a human shield. Does it hurt? Does it hurt the way that you're being used as a human shield?
I would like...
When all I did was just let them speak.
People right now especially are rightfully looking into your work, critical of how you perform these investigations and how involved relevant law enforcement agencies are.
And this is all sourced from a deleted Reddit account owned by an anonymous person that is clearly obsessed with you, who could literally be anybody, posting speculative theories and blatant disinformation without any evidence to support their claims. Mudahar reads this Reddit post later in the video, so we'll come back to this.
And how the people you claim to go after are actually converted into real tangible arrests.
First of all, can you even play a clip where I claimed to get a predator arrested?
I don't know if we put him in jail, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Second of all, why do the predators need to be arrested to justify the existence of my videos? Because from my recollection, we were exposing predators and the platforms, specifically because law enforcement has not been taking action against them.
It's also dishonest to say that you could make more money when you are in a more profitable niche on YouTube. I get your videos are demonetized and age restricted and gangbanged in the algorithm.
Then it's literally not dishonest to say one could make more money in a different niche on YouTube, as you are admitting that these topics are demonetized and age restricted and gangbanged in the algorithm. You know damn well that YouTube punishes this subject matter, and so does everyone else who has tried covering these topics. It is literally why you are censoring this subject matter on your video.
You are covering content that involves you hunting down, investigating, and bringing to light serious crimes.
Your own actions are proving you wrong, dumbass.
But your videos have been massively successful, millions of views, and you built a following on the platform, which, by the way, is the hardest part of this whole game.
So I never even claimed that my videos weren't successful. You are changing the argument from the fact that YouTube punishes topics like predator hunting to something completely different as a means to segue into your next point.
You've also built a Patreon where your last reported figure was over 1,800 members. Now, Patreon introduced a free tier about 3 months ago, according to the second review, but it was a peak paid membership of around 3,341 members, according to this statistic website, Patreon, and based on the recent membership options, if you take just the minimum amount, $7.50 Canadian, which is around a little over $5. Let's make it 5 even. You're looking at a minimum paid earning potential before taxes and Patreon fees of $16,705 just for the peak month.
I actually made half of that in the peak month, and that was the amount that I donated to the survivors of Camden. Graphtreon is not calculated or endorsed by actual earnings data by Patreon, and they do not even take into account custom donations. So you are overinflating the amount of money that I have made in order to make me look wealthier than I am. When you are literally a millionaire because of your channel, it really sickens me when people like you criticize others for making money. That is literally what you do on YouTube.
Please go down into the link below, make sure to use our code for $25 off, and use our code and our link below.
Pretty funny that you're trying to make me look less credible by the amount of money I make, when that is literally what Kids Chat did to try and make me look less credible.
Users have brought to my attention that the video made by Money Max, which included defamatory and slanderous remarks towards us, has been removed by YouTube for violating policy.
You are a piece of shit.
Which ain't bad if they're only making 2 videos a year.
So is this why you're so upset? Because I make more money per video than you? I don't understand what point you're trying to make. I said that if my goal were to make money on YouTube, topics like predator hunting and child exploitation are some of the least monetizable topics on YouTube. That is literally why people crowdfund me, because I don't make money any other way.
People are putting money into your pocket thinking that it is going towards your fight against serious bad people.
Is that not literally what I was doing?
And next time you make a video, do it pretty young, do it in the mirror and show your whole body like.
You'll probably have noticed that they never play these clips. Y'all care more about defaming YouTubers that used to be your friends than exposing actual predators.
And that's not bad money for uploading again, very little.
I sense a hint of jealousy here. Sorry, Muda, that I'm not a slop tuber like you.
And this level of pocket watching was brought to you by our sponsor, Anti-Deflection Argument. You definitely did profit.
And this level of topic dodging was brought to you by Mudahar's sponsor, Super Strawmanning Argument. You definitely did change the subject.
And I wonder just why in October of last year you started hiding those membership counts.
Because your people kept derailing the conversation to the amount of money I make.
And this is beyond obvious what I said it was to begin with. This is not about helping anybody. This is about lining your pockets personally.
When they are literally here to profit off of their audience.
That being said, this was not a terrible niche for you financially, and you gotta admit that.
When did I ever deny that?
Imagine taking subjects as serious as child abuse, human trafficking, and abduction brainwashing, and using them as mere window dressing to get noticed again because your YouTube relevancy is dwindling rapidly.
I essentially respond by saying that comparing serious subject matter to window dressing says a lot about the person making this comment, and I clarify to my audience what I was trying to do.
What kind of a response is this to a valid question?
Hey, Mudahar, let's play a game. Where in this statement is the valid question? It's not a lot of text, but feel free to take your time. I personally couldn't find any valid question, or any question whatsoever, within this aspersion. I know there aren't any question marks, so it might be hard to find, but let me know when you do.
If you spent months researching this topic, then you would be able to present the narrative of Spencer with the best evidence that you can publicly present that would help build her case against this person that you have labeled a cult leader and child.
I think I've explained enough times why we were protecting the evidence. I personally would not have been ready to release the documentary until we had interviewed all of the survivors, and preferably with a conclusion for the criminal investigation. However, just because we did not present the evidence to the public is no excuse for the way Mudahar and his friends were behaving during this entire project.
Once again, he describes the situation as a destructive cult that victimized hundreds of minors, yet has produced no evidence of this cult even existing yet.
That's a lie.
Any cult documentation, not even a name Max has uttered up to this point.
That's a lie. His cult went by the Guild of Divinity, the Daemons, and Eon Syndicate, among other possible titles.
And again, he's failed to provide tangible evidence of the hundreds of children.
Well, that was kind of the point of the public awareness campaign, Mudahar, to find all of them, which was working until you and your commentary buddies got involved.
Again, this would be something you would have locked down with months of research before you would even produce these videos. It should be easy for someone who's claimed to actually have, arrested.
Hey Mudahar, sorry to interrupt your incessant diatribes about providing evidence, but can you provide any evidence where I said that? Can you even play a single clip? Because right now you are doing what you are criticizing me of, and making accusations without any evidence.
You understand evidence and why it's needed to substantiate claims.
But clearly you do not.
Max's third video on the topic was initially called "This is the greatest cancellation of all time" @Penguin0, #WeAreReal. Since then, in the backlash he received, he changed it to reacting to the reactions of the SSS Sniper Wolf's action. It's fair to also mention now that a lot of the disdain Nax has for the community that he is preaching to is not responding to is because he genuinely believes his work is meaningful and that the attention at the time put towards SS Sniper Wolf and her drama regarding Jack's films was, something that people looked at more. Now, obviously, one topic can weigh objectively more in regards to the seriousness of the allegations mentioned, but SS Sniper Wolf was a pretty big story at the time, which involved a larger creator revealing the home location of another creator critical of it. It wasn't meaningful playground nonsense. It actually had real tangible implications on YouTube as well.
Hey Mudahar, how about instead of talking at the audience and speaking for me, you present some goddamn evidence and play a fucking clip?
We are living in an era where the exploitation of children, a subject of grave importance, is alarmingly overlooked, neglected by the spotlight that's instead cast on topics like Sniper Wolf. While such content has its relevance.
So I don't even disagree that Sniper Wolf did something wrong. I am actually quite aware that she is a harmful content creator. However, I am making the argument that topics like this are disproportionately covered over other topics that can be of much greater impact and importance. And even a drama tuber like Nicholas Diorio agrees with me on that. And as you just confessed, so do you.
Obviously, one topic can weigh objectively more in regards to the seriousness of the allegations mentioned. But SS Sniper Wolf was a pretty big story at the time.
So you just admitted that one story can weigh objectively more than the other. But you continue to cover Sniper Wolf simply because it is the bigger story on YouTube. You are literally making my point for me.
Well, it's easy to get caught up in the latest internet sensations. There's a pressing need to shine light on a much deeper, darker, demonic topic lurking beneath the surface. Smoke. A doorman, my day.
Anyways, the video begins with a disclaimer, which now doesn't mention any fictitious elements. He hopes the video brings crucial eyes to topics such as youth trafficking, serving as what he believes is a guide to easily digestible content regarding these serious topics. He starts a parody of this talking head video showing a fictional creator covering lighter topics, but chooses to discuss serious topics as he cuts to Sniper Wolf.
Notice how he does not let a single clip play through. He just walks his audience through the video and puts his own interpretation over everything. That is literally not objective, Mudahar. That is subjective.
He cuts to Spencer and then multiple victims calling for actions. He summarizes Spencer's story again and makes claims of a dangerous cult that is led by a werewolf god recruiting hundreds of young children. Where's the hard evidence? I think by now you probably realize that there's nothing that he's showing is necessarily hard evidence.
There is nothing that I am showing that is necessarily hard evidence. Like, what does that even mean? Do you know how many times you've contradicted yourself on this one case?
Now I'm finding out that there is evidence. I'll say with the evidence, like somebody taking advantage of people, like emotionally, sexually, physically. There was illegal shit that happened, right? Look, there are real people that I believe have been hurt by this.
So then why are you saying
there's nothing that he's showing is necessarily hard evidence?
Also, who the fuck are you to judge the quality of this evidence? From my recollection, you are not a judge. You are not a litigator. You are not even an expert. You're a fucking gaming YouTuber who sometimes dips into serious stuff.
So he presents new things in this video, except it's all hidden in between frames of this massively schizophrenic editing and incoherent garbage.
Okay, well, this has been my editing style for as long as you have known me. And from my memory, this is what you said about my channel.
If you don't know who Mama Max is, he's a great channel on YouTube. He's probably, in my opinion, a fucking apex content creator. Guy makes really, really well done internet docu-style content.
But now, all of a sudden, it is a problem for you. If my editing style was a problem, you should have told me beforehand, or when I was asking you for feedback. But instead, you chose to criticize my editing only after the video is released. You are a two-faced little bitch.
Look, this is a serious matter. Please present it seriously.
Oh, you mean like this?
Because what's happening now is that we're all laughing that he's a fucking vampire. Because we got no fucking evidence.
I'm not laughing, bro. I'm howling.
Yeah, I'm howling, dude. I'm howling at the...
This is a serious matter. please present it seriously. Leave this on for people to digest and provide context to what you're showing.
And that is literally all you had to say. Thanks, I agree.
So I'm going to go frame by frame and show you each and every single screenshot to show you exactly what he's shown.
Thank you, Mutahar. That is exactly what we wanted from you.
So one of the actual posts he shows is from Whisper, a social media app that promotes you to speak openly and honestly about yourself. It's meant to be this anonymous social media app that lets you post and share photo messages with text embottled on top of them. Here's the post where they're asking the reader if they're human, they want to learn about being supernatural, and if their age is between 11 to 18. Please message them. Now, while this is an alarming post, it would help if Max could try to, link this directly to Cade or, to any person and, bring this up the chain, explain the context. But without that context, it's just a screenshot that exists.
Oh my god. That was genuinely constructive criticism and a really great explanation. This is exactly what we wanted, Mutahar. Thank you.
The next screenshot he shows is from a messaging app, I assume Facebook Messenger, where it's cropped unfortunately, and I can't seem to get an identity of the parties. And also screenshots are incredibly tough, at least for me in most cases, because as you've noticed with, situations like Dream, where he faked DMs from Pokimane and XQC, and there were some people that actually believed this. It's easy to fake a screenshot. So again, the whole concept of just looking at a screenshot is tough, at least personally for me.
Okay, if we're going to set the standard that screenshots aren't evidence of anything because they can be faked, then that has to be applied evenly across the board, including for yourself. Why then are you and your commentary friends the exception to that rule if all you're going to produce is screenshots as evidence?
Unless I can log into the account and refresh from the server, then things are different.
Okay, Mutahar, in that case, please provide your Discord login credentials so we can all verify that the screenshots you've produced for this video are not faked. But you're not going to do that, are you?
But this is a cropped argument, and it's a clear argument between two individuals.
And this is also a cropped argument between two individuals. So only you are allowed to provide cropped screenshots. Okay, gotcha.
The next screenshot of a Twitter account called Camden exists, where the handle ID Black Angel is cut off. And using a Twitter advanced search for this, the account yielded no results, which unfortunately means I can't prove that the screenshot from Twitter even exists.
Drats. It's almost like digital evidence can be erased, and we need to stop attacking victims for not producing evidence they don't have.
It was the evidence that was already there, so nothing. The amount of them, so still not evidence.
It was the consistency of
the consistency of their not evidence.
Their testimonials, and it was
which.
You see what you're saying? Like you just said a lot of nothing. A lot of words. And you said so it wasn't the allegations. It was the allegations.
The nicest way to just be like, you see, this is how you're being retarded. Like,
when we should be inventing new standards for cybercrimes and holding digital platforms accountable for preserving evidence that could help convict offenders, instead of just privately profiting off of our data.
And I also wonder why Max cut off the handle for people to look up on Twitter.
So you want me to provide evidence to the public, but do so in a way so that they won't know that they are under investigation. How does that make any sense?
The other mention is literally a public post from this Camden individual saying, getting sucked by Kirby equals raisin balls. What is the context here? How does this explain the cult? How does this explain anything? This is why people are mad.
There is literally no reason to get this emotionally charged if you are an objective voice of reason, especially when I asked you for feedback before the video was released, and you did not provide any until after the video was released.
He is presenting these screenshots like they're damning evidences, and they are not.
I am literally just showing what the survivors consented to be released to the public, so that other survivors could recognize these accounts and come forward.
He then shows social media accounts that are on Snapchat of allegedly belonging to Cade, which again, what context does this have? What does this mean?
Not sure why he blacked out the username after he just criticized me for the cutoff username.
And I also wonder why Max cut off the handle for people to look up on Twitter.
But if anyone has had contact with this Snapchat user, we may have been able to identify more survivors that want to reach out, which did happen.
He then shows a social media direct message from, I assume this is the app Whisper. Correct me if I'm wrong. And again, if you read the chat, I was bitten by a wolf. That's how I became one. Can you show you in your form, werewolf form? What's the context?
There was a 5-hour podcast you didn't watch and multiple live streams that provides a lot of context.
What are we talking about here, man?
Well, if you just read the convo, it seems to be about someone claiming they became a werewolf after being bitten by a wolf, and the other person is requesting to see their werewolf form. This could be part of a role-playing scenario, a joke, or a fantasy-related discussion. Given the previous context within the video, and the past few videos, it might have something to do with the Cult of Camden.
Like, this could be anything.
You see, even if I give context, you could still say that this could be anything, even claiming that it's fake, which is what a lot of people did even after giving context in subsequent live streams. There is only one way to put together the evidence with the testimony, and that is to listen to the survivors, which is what we were trying to get you to do.
He then shows like the Twitter account that belongs to Cade, and he actually gives a handle, but this account has been inactive since 2016, really.
So it doesn't even matter if we show you his accounts, which is what you were asking for earlier.
Maybe some screenshots of his various accounts and postings. None of that are provided here.
You will literally say anything to excuse it as not evidence of anything. Yes, it may not be evidence that he is a cult leader, but it is evidence that this face is associated with this username, that has a number associated with angels in numerology, which corroborates testimony, and is important information to have for identifying more of his accounts or activity associated with this face and username.
The next thing he shows is from a public Facebook account from Camden that says, suck it raw. Again, what is the context? Okay, I probably wrote suck my dick publicly somewhere too. Does that mean that I have done something nefarious or I could be running a cult?
Well, shit, maybe. It just depends who's giving context on that piece of evidence, doesn't it? Some could say that this is a forceful and unsolicited sexual demand from the person you're speaking to, especially if that person feels threatened or uncomfortable. And if you're talking to a minor, it could be taken quite seriously in the eyes of the law.
What is the context to these messages? You have to be able to provide them, otherwise people are going to be confused.
And that's really all you had to say.
He then shows the only tangible piece of evidence in this, for me at least.
So you just admitted, by saying, for me at least, that the interpretation of evidence is subjective.
What do you need?
You are not a judge, or a jury, or even a lawyer. You are an unprofessional drama tuber who likes to LARP as an intelligent voice of reason to his audience, but in reality is a very weak and pathetic man-child who needs to cyberbully others to preserve his reputation. How anyone can respect your opinion after years of behaving like this unchecked still boggles my mind. But please tell us, oh wise master Mutahara Nas, what is the only piece of tangible evidence in your educated opinion?
Where it shows Spencer and Camden together in a photograph, which proves that they've met in reality.
And we're just gonna glance right over that.
He then shows more images of random people, couples blurred out that I can't exactly identify.
These are not random people. These are the survivors.
And he's also done a poor job of blurring them out too, so I'm going to add more blur on top of the blur.
Don't you dare try to diminish my blurring skills when it was perfectly fine for keeping these people anonymous, when you literally posted the faces of children's advocates on your very public platform. Are you insane? Not only have you encouraged cyberstalking on your platform, but you also have endangered the lives of people who value their privacy. How about you go blur their faces on your video and quit acting like you give a shit about their privacy when you were retweeting leaked screenshots containing the survivors' names from the server you signed an NDA to protect? Muta deleted his retweet at least, so that's good. That's good at least. He should refrain from tweeting any more leaked stuff that has our names and info. I banned him from the server and I'll talk to him. He didn't realize it had names apparently, specifically mine. I called him and was like, hey, that retweet has my name in it, and he immediately took it down. That's irresponsible to do being as big as he is. I know. Me too, I'm fed the fuck up. Muta was never an ally, he just wants to look good.
But what does this mean? What is the context behind some of these images? The only ones important to me are of Cade and Spencer.
But not pictures of the other victims.
because those are the only people that he's introduced us to.
And what if the other victims want to remain anonymous, genius? What then? Oh, then there's no reason to listen to them. Righty, okay. Even though plenty of victims who have exposed cults have remained anonymous.
He shows us one screenshot of somebody making like devil horns.
Those are not devil horns. That is a wolf salute, which you would know if you talk to the survivors. Dumbass.
In an Instagram selfie. And again, poorly blurred.
Yeah, is this really enough detail to identify this person, Mutahar? You're really grasping at straws here, buddy. And you just said you couldn't even identify these people.
Random people, couples blurred out that I can't exactly identify. But what is the context here? He's even blurred out the actual, Instagram blurb, the little text blurb that even talks about this.
Yeah, let me just leak all of their usernames like you do. It's not like we made a commitment to protect their privacy or anything.
What is the context?
Are you just gonna keep making this point over and over? Is this somehow the evidence that I am a fraud? Because I didn't provide enough context in this video?
He then shows an image of a bite mark, which again, I have to ask, what is the context?
Okay, so yeah, he is just gonna keep making this point. From now on, every time you don't provide context for something, I'm going to punish you for it.
What's the context?
And Camden biting people was already explained multiple times up to this point.
Is Max showing this as a evidence of physical abuse?
Is that not obvious? Do people typically bite other people's shoulders and leave a mark long enough that the victim takes a picture of it as evidence of abuse? No, of course it's obvious. That's why you bring up this question in the first place.
Without context, it could be anything. It could be somebody getting the hickey. It could be whatever.
A hickey with teeth marks. Yeah, sure.
The next screen grab is Charlie talking about Sniper Wolf, which I assume is a jab because he tried to get Charlie's attention, but Charlie wasn't having it. He was busy, had COVID at the time, and just didn't jump into this.
You're actually skipping quite a lot of context, buddy.
What's the context?
But we already know your rules don't apply to yourself. So whatever, let's just jump into this.
Stop ignoring Mama Max. Yeah, so here, you want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation. And then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it. And now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission. And it really rubs me the wrong way. Instead of just... He's jumping to the most extreme possible explanation for me not seeing it, which is really fucking cringe. That did make me upset. There. Yeah, that really rubbed me the wrong way. I had COVID. I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with. And then I spent 12 days not doing anything online, in bed. And during that time, apparently it changed his whole framing of the video in order to make it like a Trojan horse of cancel critical, because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me. So yeah, that did rub me the wrong way. Good intentions, but I did not like that.
Charlie did not have COVID the entire time we were reaching out to him. That is a lie. He looks perfectly healthy in all of these videos during the time we had been reaching out to him. I do believe he was busy doing this.
The revolver's back in Fortnite. Yeah, I saw. Maybe tomorrow. Not tonight. Tonight I just feel like hanging out. Nothing crazy. Daylight saving time has been wild. I'm so ready for us to finally get rid of that. I feel like we're getting close. It truly is so unbelievably worthless. Thanks for membership, Broseph. The GTA 6 announcement is wild. It is. It is wild.
He claimed he was never on Discord, which we know isn't true since he was going online and offline over and over while we were reaching out to him. He says it's a miracle he responded in the first place, but he started responding semi-frequently when I first reached out to him. But after we invited him in the group chat with one of the survivors, that's when he completely lost interest. So I made a video in an effort to get his attention, because I truly believe he is a good man who serves a pivotal role in influencer culture, which applies to our documentary on the cult-like nature of influencers. People misinterpreted the video, which is my fault,
But I apologized to Charlie both privately and publicly. We got in a call, I explained myself. He said, "It's all good, I understand," and that he would at least listen to the survivors. This never happened. We have heard through the grapevine that this was because Mutahar was telling everyone not to talk to us. Charlie has remained quiet on this subject since then. But don't play the victim. You're a sick little boy
who had no idea all of this serious stuff was happening right under your sniveling nose. And poor little old Charlie is getting cornered and bullied by Mama Max, even though I have like 20 times less of an audience than he has. Just tell it like it is. We reached out to you for help, and you didn't want to help, even after your friends and your fans slaughtered us. You have remained completely silent. Say something. Say anything. Don't just pretend we never existed. We reached out to you because we had faith in you. And that was my mistake. Sorry about that, Charles.
So then he shifts it to the National Human Trafficking Hotline that gives statistics on trafficking reports. Again, you haven't linked onto the trafficking situation. It's all been random screenshots without context connecting a story together that many people just aren't understanding. What's the context?
Pretty funny that you keep criticizing me for not giving any context whilst you continue to not give any context to your audience. Why don't you play clips from any of the past 4 videos, including the 5-hour testimony that connects this case to a trafficking operation? That might provide a lot of context, actually.
He shows one screenshot that describes how Cade told me not to. But you also want to know what your humble leader did to me? He convinced me to go to his house at the end of last August and engage with him. He told me, and I still talked to the guy that drove me there. I also almost got arrested for walking to his place at 2 a.m. one day because every full moon we have to have. And also, don't forget the miscarriages he made me induce. This is the only other piece of evidence.
Wait, what did you just call it?
Or, conversation.
Oh, okay.
That is pertaining to this very serious topic.
And we're just gonna glance right over that.
He switches the discussion to mass surveillance, explains how evil markets such as forced labor and trafficking exist, which is true. But how does this tie back to the story of Cade and the allegations you've made?
It's almost like we provided context.
Again, he hasn't provided solid evidence. He's just sort of thrown things on a dartboard, haphazardly tried to connect them, and made a fool out of himself.
Isn't that what you're doing in this video? You're just throwing criticisms on a dartboard and haphazardly putting it all together to somehow prove that I am a fraud or something.
Oh, is Mutahar making a fool out of himself? Oh, yes, he is.
He goes on to this unrelated rant on artificial intelligence and how it can be used to manipulate and exploit vulnerabilities.
It's actually not unrelated. If you were to show the context,
what's the context?
It would make perfect sense.
AI can become an instrument of profound harm. It can be used to manipulate, to exploit vulnerabilities, and even to perpetrate crimes with a level of sophistication and scale previously unimaginable.
And after this, they have a call to influencers that they should use their platforms to become agents of change by platforming unsubstantiated claims, apparently.
That's not the point I'm making in the video.
What's the context?
I am making the point that you all collectively choose to cover drama instead of using your platforms to make a more positive difference. As you have all proved when I gave you a cult leader and child predator, claims substantiated by a growing number of people with evidence that will continue to evolve over the next decade. And you all chose to cover unsubstantiated claims about a YouTuber you don't like because he pissed off Charlie.
It shifts to this part where he chastises Charlie by showing tons of communications he's attempted to have. And again, like I told you, Charlie wasn't there at the time of COVID, and he was in bed for 2 weeks, unable to really, look into the situation.
Hey, you'll never guess who just got COVID again. Not this guy. No, yeah, I'm poorly like it is me. I'm feeling much better, so I thought I'd celebrate by watching some more horrible pickup artistry attempts on TikTok.
Now this video is like the final nail. People really started losing faith, and I hope you understand why.
How can they understand why if you don't show any of the context within the video?
What's the
You literally do not play a single second of my audio. which gives quite a bit of context. You give brief explanations for each section that is clearly biased against me, and then you criticize them haphazardly as if you are somehow superior and none of these rules apply to you or anyone else who has covered this topic.
Look, Max made a joke of this situation, in my opinion.
Look, Mutahar made a joke out of this situation, in my opinion.
He was brought this story.
He was brought this story.
And honestly, it caused a lot of people who were already watching this raising serious questions on his character.
And honestly, it caused a lot of people who were already watching this raising no questions about his character. Until now.
Serious questions on the validity of this case, and in response, Max didn't make any follow-up video to explain this case properly.
As we told you multiple times, we were working on the documentary. The public awareness campaign was the first part of many more parts to come, which in hindsight was a bad idea. It should have come last, which was the original plan, but as I was trying to respect the wishes of the survivors I was working with, the plans changed.
Instead, he hosted these live streams, inviting all manners of creators.
As I told you I was going to do, which you didn't have a problem with at the time. The purpose was to platform the survivors to tell their stories, and correct the counter-narratives that were clearly trying to derail the conversation. Many of which included you, by the way.
Since Max is also really retarded himself, it's just like,
Yeah.
I don't want to be mad at a retard, so, you know.
I even joined in, and I explained to him what I explained privately. Max, as you can imagine, has not listened.
Why would I listen to you, Mutahar, when you are not an expert, as you have admitted multiple times now? You have no knowledge of the ongoing events within the case, as you have already admitted, and you have taken no time to listen to the survivors, and instead going on live streams with commentary channels, talking shit about me and the case. Why would I listen to you? You were telling me to prioritize making a video with all of the evidence presented, and I was trying to tell you to listen to the survivors to better determine how a case like this should be handled without leaking all of the evidence. And then you and Kevin Hill broke your NDAs and started leaking evidence.
Which is why we are here right now, to discuss a story that should have been delivered with seriousness and not showmanship.
Oh, you mean like this?
These allegations are false. I'm not a
Oh my god! I feel so bad for laughing at this, you
This is why everyone likes my show better. We don't have to pretend we're taking it serious.
And I'm going to briefly go over the story of Spencer now, and her interaction with Kate. Now, Spencer's story is the part that Max has been harping throughout the entire 3 videos that he's made.
That is only because she was the first to speak out. I made plans to interview all of the survivors, but ever since you ganged up on us and told the survivors to shut the fuck up, they remain in fearful silence, waiting for an arrest that may never come.
And the video that Max wants you to go watch is a 4 to 5 hour podcast from Spencer's actual channel.
That isn't the video we necessarily want you to go watch. We were just getting the information out on her channel. In fact, the summary created by Scare Theater was a perfect explanation of the situation, and he was one of the few people that seemed to actually care.
Now again, if you are 100% interested in the complete accounting from her end regarding the story, I highly recommend you go check her video out.
It's no longer up because you and your friends were cyberbullying her, which caused some of your audience members to start cyberstalking her into deleting her channel.
But the problem is, these videos that are this long are obviously going to have a viewer drop-off. Max understands this, I understand this, and if you've made YouTube videos for longer than a week, you probably also understand this as well.
Oh really? Because a 7-hour stream with you and Nicholas Diorio seemed to be quite lucrative.
Jesus fuck, dude. Today's video is 114,000 views. This is fucking crazy for me.
Hell yeah, good job.
Yeah, congratulations, Nicholas Diorio. You've capitalized on the suffering of potential victims. You're doing a really good job there, buddy.
Reality is, Max has to be concise and explain the story properly.
And we did, multiple times.
Now in this situation, the best video I could find that concisely explains this for the audience's first viewing is by a YouTuber known as Slime Beast, who basically made the video, "What the f is Mama Max talking about? Werewolf Cult Simplified." And by all means, it's a pretty good video that explains how this situation was effectively about Spencer.
The situation is not about Spencer. She is just one of many victims that came forward. They chose her to be their voice.
who was a 16-year-old girl who met an 18-year-old Camden online, who was only found out that he was 18 at the time from Slimebee's actual assessment into public police records. So of course Spencer ran away from home to live with Camden, an 18-year-old person that she met. And of course, going in forward, Spencer's presence in Camden's family home was a secret, giving him full control over what she was allowed to do, which is one of the points of contention for a lot of people. She lived there for 3.5 to 4 months, and the mother, and it appears that other people may not have had an idea that she was there the entire time. Again, 3 to 4 months, I'm sure that human beings, no matter how busy you are, you may have an idea that somebody else, other than the people you know, is living in your house. Maybe you catch them sleeping, maybe something happens.
This is what we call speculation in a court of law.
I primarily hid most of the time when she...
Get the fuck out of here!
That's not
where.
I almost felt bad about making fun of her last like 15 minutes, and then I just hid around, just climbed around.
Dude, she's hiding under a lampshade.
I'm starting to realize that Spencer and Anne Frank have a lot in common.
Listen, if this bitch is pulling Anne Frank, she fall through the fucking ceiling.
Alright. Dude, you're in the documentary. Max just put this clip in the documentary.
Where are the werewolves?
Either that or I would sleep during the day.
I was nocturnal. You know I'm a fucking vampire, asshole? Yeah, I was fucking nocturnal.
Yeah, but there's the other thing. So she's like sleeping during the day. Mom didn't walk by Camden's room and notice her sleep. Did she sleep in the closet? Like,
stop speculating, you stupid piece of shit. You do not know their living situation. You had the opportunity to ask more questions and you didn't. There are plenty of cases where people have hid others for entire years, okay? Sometimes decades. Let's take the Fritzl case, for example. In the Fritzl case, Joseph Fritzl hid his daughter Elizabeth in the cellar of their family home for 24 years, with the entire family unaware this was happening, even after birthing 7 children with her. Fucking dumbass.
This is a point of contention, but again, I'm not here to go into contention.
What are you talking about? That is all you are doing in this video. Every single point you are making is to contend me.
That's a pretty big point of contention. I'm here to relay what the supposed facts of this entire situation is.
No, you are not.
And why it's been lost in a miasma of confusion.
And you had nothing to do with that.
Did you hear any of the lore?
Do this project with her. I just told her that I would like to finish my current projects first. If you want me to hand off this project to someone else, I will reach out.
Yeah, I got more important shit than vampires and werewolves and shit, okay?
So during this time, Spencer was abused in multiple ways by Camden, allegedly, by her own account, which that is effectively the story. Camden had also tried to get Spencer to sleep with people that he had found online, allegedly. So again, this is effectively the quick summarization of what is Spencer's story. I highly recommend you check out her channel and her video to get her full accounting.
Oh my god, it's almost like it gives context.
Because there are a lot more details that are interesting to hear, and it's not entirely even about Spencer too. So again, going in further, the cult aspect, which is by far the most embellished aspect and the most unexplained one by Max so far, is best described as Camden being a werewolf god, allegedly, and amongst other things, whatever deities they may be. He convinced Spencer and others that they too were vampires, werewolves, and they were hunted by outside forces, which meant that they should all stay together as a pack, a family. He claimed that he could send their dead loved ones to hell if he could. And again, through these methods, this guy allegedly controlled various targets and people who were joining into his fold. He would then have his followers try to recruit others online, some as young as 11. And that is, of course, alleged. Now, of course, this is a quick, concise explanation, and I highly recommend you check out the channel Slime Beast, who actually did cover and read through this as well, too. And it lines up with my personal interview with Spencer that I had a few days ago, and generally, like, watching through the 4 to 5 hour piece. I think this is probably the best, concise way that Max should have put it.
I don't disagree with anything you've said here. Good job.
And here's the reality. There are actual things that are alleged here that are more important than even the cult aspect. The story that is provided should be treated with a serious nature.
Oh, you mean like this?
Just how do these people relate to Camden? Are they...
They are the two men that are living with him and committing crimes on his behalf. They have been casing houses of an ex-member
It's a fucking crime
trying to
family
break
now.
in.
Wait, what? It's a fucking crime family now.
Oh, it's a mob.
It's
a
the
mob of
fucking
vampire
mob. You're
werewolves.
fucking with the mob over here.
No, this is the wolf pack, bro.
Bro,
I'm
yeah.
gonna suck your blood if you don't.
I
pay
can't wait
up.
to see the cameo in John Wick 5, dude.
Instead of the tangents that Max wanted to go to.
Again, they weren't tangents. Spencer's story represents only a fraction of what is happening online to children, and this is substantiated by cult experts.
But of course, this is the problem when a YouTuber who is way out of their depth jumps into a story that they honestly shouldn't even be relaying and should absolutely hand it off to professionals at the very beginning.
Oh my god, it's almost like that's exactly what we did.
There is no excuse for this. This is purely on Max's screw-up that people are looking at the story in such a confusing manner.
Yeah, really make sure to hammer that into your audience's heads. No one else can be held accountable for their actions in this situation. Only me.
The other takeaway from this is Spencer's video is that Max was also apparently being investigated by the FBI. What's the context?
The reason why this is happening is because I am surrounded by cyberstalkers that are willing to make false statements to federal agencies in order to ruin my life.
I was one of the OG people to cover Mama Max. I was actually the person who got the feds sicked on him, which was a secret for a long time, but I'm pretty open about that now. If anybody's actually wondering about that, or if they're like, oh, you know, he's just saying that for clout, I mean, I can put the receipts in this next video, because I'm going to make one that's just kind of an update.
So I can't tell you what this person reported me for, but what I can tell you is that he is a hyper-obsessive ex-fan that keeps making weird videos about me, creating borderline schizophrenic theories out of thin air, reaching out to people like my ex-partners in order to create entire communities of cyberstalkers that are repeatedly reporting me, my videos, the Mega Drives, the GoFundMe, etc. This is one of the sources that does these things. Go ahead and watch his videos and decide for yourself if he's credible, or even mentally sound.
Spencer also brought victims, and I can't stress this enough. She admitted that she went on social media apps and started to form connections with people.
Oh my god, almost like it's a cult, where the leader will make his recruits commit crimes for him.
Now that said, I'm not qualified to be speaking on these situations.
Yeah, that is crystal clear by now, buddy. So why then are you repeatedly speaking on these situations as if you are the expert? Especially after you skipped through the only person in this video that is qualified to speak as an expert.
Because again, without evidence and without properly understanding the story, I don't know the proper accounts.
So why the fuck then are you making this video?
That's for Max to detail and describe. If he's not putting in the effort, how can he reasonably expect every other influencer in the world to put in the effort to interview and understand and then make claims on cases like this?
And that concludes part 2 for Mama Max is a complete fraud. The most serious video that Mutahar might have made in his entire career on this platform. Let's review what Mutahar did here. He criticizes the God Cult trailer for being vague and manipulative, when it is literally meant to teach about cult-like behaviors by demonstrating them to the audience. He nitpicks the other videos on this case for lacking evidence and context, whilst also not providing any evidence or much context himself. He then regurgitates a 3-minute video summary whilst playing Ghostwire Tokyo again, and speaking on this situation as if he's an expert, just to then admit that he is not qualified to be speaking on these situations. So again, I'm not quite sure how this video proves that I am a fraud, but Mutahar is doing a decent job of undoing all the credibility he has built throughout his career. And it still somehow gets even worse from here. So let us continue.
Now, what you're about to hear is a portion of a call that me, Max, Spencer, and another YouTuber by the name of Nicholas Diorio had when interviewing and confronting Max about the situation.
Now, before we play the call, here's just some background. Like I said earlier, we entered into the call under the false pretense that Mutahar, my quote-unquote bro, was going to do everything in his power to present this case objectively, with the justice it deserves, like he promised us he would.
The reason why I wanted to be nice as well too is because I knew he was going to end up leaking it and try to cut it out to make it look like unsympathetic assholes. So I'm like, no, we're going to be the nicest we've ever been.
And instead, he chose to use this opportunity to bait for emotional responses, and then subsequently leaking this call to the public without our consent, breaching his NDA again, and being that I was sleep deprived and trying to defend Spencer, I let my emotions get the better of me. So I'm going to clarify what I say in this call.
I guess the challenge for me with showing the evidence is I personally have not been walked through the evidence besides Spencer's. The survivors in the server, not all of them are as active as we would like them to be. Obviously, a lot of them have trauma, they talk about it, and that it's hard for them to actually just sit down and speak with me. But that's why I've been just asking the general public to please be patient. There's a lot of things we need to wait for. I am just trying to get the word out that this is Camden Gerard Davis. This is what the accusations against him are.
Okay, but you said you didn't review most of the evidence besides Spencer, though.
I reviewed the evidence. I just haven't had the context as to what it is pertaining to.
So you looked at the evidence, but you don't understand how...
Yeah, in the exact timeline, which has been just one of many reasons why it's been such a struggle to create the comprehensive timeline as I'm waiting on a lot of different things.
But you see, that's why people are inflamed with you right now. It's because you just told me in this call that you didn't properly review every single victim, and now... And just from this one clip, you can ascertain the complete frustration that I and many others have had when communicated by Max about this situation. How is it that you can make calls to action and blatant statements of fact when, at the end of the day, you have literally not even properly reviewed, you have not properly contextualized, and even timelined every single bit of evidence that consistently builds?
Well, Mutahar, there are many cases without every piece of evidence reviewed, contextualized, and timelined before an investigation begins. And in fact, that's actually what happens after an investigation concludes. For example, Aaron Fisher, known as Victim 1 against Jerry Sandusky, reported his experiences without understanding the full scale of Jerry Sandusky's crimes. This led to an investigation that unveiled 52 counts of young boys over a 15-year period from 1994 to 2009. If Aaron Fisher needed to review, contextualize, and timeline every piece of evidence from every survivor before coming out about his experiences, then Jerry Sandusky may never have been exposed for his crimes. It's funny how you keep making arguments that only serve to empower predators and silence survivors when they don't have enough incontrovertible evidence to prove that a crime has been committed.
You're clearly not an investigator built for this case.
Well, according to yourself, neither are you.
I'm not qualified to be speaking on these situations.
In fact, there's very little YouTubers who are built for cases like this. That does not mean we can't present these cases with our platforms and do everything we can to help these people.
And it's not literally because someone like him is out of his head because he only is one person. I have done plenty of investigations.
It's almost like that's why we came to you for help. Little did I realize that you are not qualified to be speaking on this. So not sure why you're bringing this up like you're a seasoned detective. You're not an investigator, Mutahar. You are a storyteller, just like me. That is why we are on YouTube.
I've just never revealed and played my hand and explained things until I fully understood them.
I can safely say that's a fucking lie.
I don't know the proper accounts. I haven't seen the 5-hour podcast with Spencer. I don't know anything in this situation. How Max couldn't do it for such a serious situation like this is insane.
How Mutahar couldn't do it for such a serious situation like this is insane.
The entire fetus has been removed, and the risk for infection is almost guaranteed at that point. So that's where a bit of, obviously, I'm sure you've read
the Reddit. I'm sure you've read the people critical of the situation. And this is you know how bad I wanted to just be like, bitch, have you read the farms thread?
Well, we just fucking did like 3 seconds ago. I was fucking reading it while we're streaming. Jesus.
And that's where we're leading to now, is his unethical practices, not just in this investigation, but other previous investigations that a lot of people have been casting doubt over.
And that's where we're leading to now, is his unethical practices. Not just in this investigation, but other previous investigations that a lot of people will now be casting doubt over.
Now, unfortunately, with situations as messy as this, Max's unethical coverage needs to be talked about.
Now, unfortunately, with situations as messy as this, Mudahar's unethical coverage needs to be talked about.
Max has been live streaming.
Mudahar has been live streaming
Cameron Gerard Davis, when at the end of the day, the real situation should be the commentary channels are telling you to shut the f up by bringing these victims on to discuss and debate with randoms on the internet.
By bringing these drama tubers on to discuss and bully with randoms on the internet.
Hashtag we are retarded, and I'm getting more retarded listening to this as we go. Holy shit.
And for the most part, this has been very unhelpful.
And for the most part, this has been very unhelpful.
I mean, what the fuck? If you're gonna call me a retard, call me a retard. I am having a retard here.
And this time could have been better spent with him preparing this evidence, the timelines, preparing a video, and discussing the situation properly.
And this time could have been better spent with him helping us prepare this evidence, the timeline, preparing a video, and discussing this situation properly.
If Mudahar actually did have to sign an NDA to see the information, he broke that NDA with me because he told me in my DMs that it's what the evidence is.
The levels of productivity on these live streams are so fucking low.
The levels of productivity on these live streams are so fucking low.
I can't thank straight.
I am learning that at one point he brings on Keemstar.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was talking to Max though.
Yeah, you can hear me. Why are you running cover for these vampire?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, Keem. Good shit.
Vampire. In the Minecraft community, you're going around, you're running cover.
That's
for
my
a
fucking cult.
Storm of EDP 445s. You're gonna flood the world with EDP 445s.
It's fucking good.
And Keemstar brings up old 2016 memes.
To Keemstar's credit, he was actually giving some sound advice.
Dude. When you're covering these stories, it's a very serious topic and you have to tread lightly. Every time I've exposed any fucking online, I always got so much fucking shit, so much hate from their fan base, criticism from commentary community. Oh, you should have this, you should have that before you came. At the end of the day, if the person is known, and I don't know if this person is known or not, but if the person is known and somebody makes an allegation, that allegation by itself is a newsworthy topic. That is something to talk about. That's all fair game if they're a public person.
In this moment, these girls have to sit there and basically realize that their entire story is being invalidated in real time, is being made a mockery of in real time.
And she ended up getting an abortion there. Yes, that's exactly what Kai said. Yeah.
Nick, do you think it's too late? Do you think it's too late, Nick, to get Spencer and Camden on like a set, and I come out dressed up like Maury Povich, and we do this? In the case of 1 year old,
these girls have to sit there and basically realize that their entire story is being invalidated in real time, is being made a mockery of in real time, as Max doesn't bring a serious person to discuss this topic.
So you are admitting that you are not a serious person, because I invited you to discuss this topic on almost every single one of these live streams.
It's also questionable with the relationship that Max has with law enforcement in regards to prosecuting or assisting to prosecute this case. When confronted on a live stream by other YouTubers, he actually had a lot of questionable statements to make regarding this specific topic, and whether they were working with law enforcement or whether they weren't. And this raised a lot of concerns, and again, another red flag to me.
We are not going to court, Xylee.
So what are you doing? Just hunting them down like a deer? Is that what we're doing? What are we doing?
To answer the question, the survivors wanted to come forward and tell their stories, and I gave them my platform to do so.
Have you not been listening this stream?
I know, but you loop.
So I don't exactly know what she means by you loop, but if she means answering the same question over and over, it's because people will tune into the stream and ask the same questions that have been asked before, and we were there to answer questions.
You loop, and then you always look to somebody else for an answer. You can't give an answer yourself.
Yeah, typically when someone else can answer a question better than I can, I will look to them to answer that question. And since this stream was about platforming the survivors, yes, I would look to the survivors to answer questions that they should answer. I'm answering you.
What are you doing then? Tell me right now. I will be quiet for you to answer, and go.
So when we reached out to the lawyer, he told us it would not be beneficial to pursue a case against Camden Gerard Davis because he likely does not have substantial assets. So he recommended that we all go in person to report him to the police station that is in his jurisdiction. That is what we are
they
doing.
didn't tell you to go into the okay, is he still in the same jurisdiction that the crime occurred?
For the most recent survivors, yes.
Notice how I look to Spencer to answer that question because she is the one who knows the answer.
Okay. Because I was always under the impression you have to go into the jurisdiction that the crime occurred.
It depends on the jurisdiction, Xylee. Sometimes they will tell you to report where the crime occurred. Sometimes they will tell you to report where the criminal lives. And sometimes they will tell you to report the crime where you live. And if it's a cybercrime, you should also fill out an FBI report, which many of the survivors already did prior to this awareness campaign.
All right? Then yes, carry your pretty asses over to that jurisdiction and go, hey, Mr. Police Officer, I have a crime to report. Yes, that's what needs to be done.
Yes,
hell,
that
you
is what
might
we are
even be
doing.
able, and because since, you know, COVID and stuff like that, you might even be able to do it over the phone. I don't know.
To be clear, we had already reported it over the phone.
Okay, Sheriff's office.
Hi, my name is Spencer Slayton, and I would like to, make an anonymous report.
Okay, what's going on, ma'am?
But the lawyers we were speaking to recommended we go in person if we want them to take it more seriously.
I don't know.
Okay, Xylee, well, if you don't know, then you probably shouldn't be speaking on the subject matter, should you?
Because I've only dealt, because I know you're in a different state now. You know what I'm saying? But I've had to do it. I've had to do stuff like this before. On my own accord.
You have reported cult activity before. Do you have any evidence to substantiate that claim?
But yes, you need to go to the police of the jurisdiction of where the crime occurred and go, hello, Mr. Officer, can you help me?
Yes, that is what we are doing.
Okay, that should have been done before all these live streams.
So you've probably noticed by now that these people don't listen to what we are saying. They just talk at you. As we have already stated before, the survivors made reports to law enforcement years prior to this public awareness campaign. And almost a decade later, they were seeking a public awareness campaign, which I gave to them, specifically because they already made reports to law enforcement.
Again, this is by far the most important part, is the relationship to the law enforcement.
How exactly is speculation from a drama tuber that doesn't like me the most important part?
Xylee told the survivors to shut the fuck up.
Yes, I did. I told them to shut the fuck up. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did it. And I did it.
Like, does it prove we don't work with law enforcement? No.
Again, it's not really properly conveyed, in my opinion, whether this is a criminal, civil case.
It's a criminal case.
What departments are properly involved.
Well, Mutahar, I'm not a sheriff, a police chief, or a task force commander, so I couldn't tell you which exact departments are going to be involved. But I know the survivors can and did tell you which police departments they reported to.
Just how the evidence has been submitted.
FBI cyber tips and emails to the deputy.
This is a key concern of mine.
Pretty funny considering you didn't ask me any of these questions a single time in any of our DMs.
And many others. And it should be a key concern if you want to see justice actually delivered.
Oh, you want to see justice delivered? Is this how you deliver justice?
Yeah, I want to see these people get justice. That's
yes,
like...
me too.
Good luck to Mutahar. Hopefully he gets these people justice.
And of course, as people have looked into this, a lot of shifting has went into what Mama Max's previous content and the validity of it also meant. About a month ago, actual Redditors started to investigate Max's older content.
Actual Redditor? This is your smoking gun. You are using a Reddit post as your primary source for investigative information. For someone who keeps harping about the importance of providing incontrovertible evidence, you really don't follow any of the rules you establish in this video. If I was using Reddit as my sole source of investigative information on you, do you realize how many things I could potentially report on? This actual Redditor is investigating how you watched lolly porn. These actual Redditors are investigating how you watching lolly porn could be illegal. And this actual Redditor is investigating how you are officially a because of this. Pretty funny how any random Redditor can just be weaponized against another YouTuber without any incontrovertible evidence presented.
Seeing the unhinged live stream caused me to wonder about some of Max's past content. His newest God Cult and his current project stuff has been reviewed so many times. So I wanted to watch an old video, and particularly his Cartoon Incorporated video, IMVU, and Puppy Stomp. So while this is a very long post that you can read, one of the oddities, and I'll summarize them to the best of my abilities, is with Cartoon Incorporated conveniently considered lost media as the channel that posted it cannot be found. The Frozen 3 video is edited with a similar style to Max's older content. Brainwashing clip. Subliminal messages hidden within the clip uses the font Pixture Granular, a unique font type that appears in Max's later videos. The font type is not a default font on Windows OS or in Adobe Fonts, meaning the font was searched for and downloaded or purchased. Side note, someone recreated Cartoon Incorporated and posted breakdowns of the brainwashing clip.
Notice how he doesn't show the context provided in the post. So let me do it for you. The first link leads to a My Fonts page with Pixture Granular, and the second link puts together screenshots of the Cartoon Incorporated font against the font I've used. This is not Pixture Granular. This is VCR OSD Mono, which is a famously used font, by the way, which includes Mutahar.
IMVU. It is implied in the video that an account under the name Casey was exploited by Pablo Sunny. Remember that name. The account only has one friend, Pablo. Max makes note of how she's isolated and moves on quickly. Max supposedly finds the YouTube account owned by the same person by image searching her profile picture. The image is from Naruto. Now, how could one reverse search and find that specific YouTube page? Screenshot of IMVU profile, Naruto character, and YouTube page. So this is the one right over here, Naruto profile picture, IMVU, you get the point. He implies that he somehow gained access to the account to locate these unlisted videos. One of them is titled, "This is Where You Killed Me," and depicts a bloody white sheet in the woods. With Casey corresponding with herself in the comments, it is implied that she herself or disappeared off the internet. Oddly enough, the completely inactive Casey accounts no longer exist on YouTube and IMVU. They were deleted at the same time Max and Sylphit's IMVU accounts were also deleted.
Hey guys, I'm Sylphit. So I've been friends with Max for like 8 years now, and since my name was mentioned here, I just wanted to give my side of things. So Max asked me if I wanted to play IMVU with him. And I was like, sure, log in. And he's like trying to bait people, pretending he's a 14-year-old girl looking for a boyfriend. And at first there's this girl and she's like, "You're way too young to be in here, sweetie." And then 5 minutes later, this Pablo Sunny guy comes up. And he's like, "Hi, I'll be your friend." Boom. Him and Max just disappear. And I'm like, okay. And then at one point, Max invites me to a room. So I join. And it's just like him and Pablo Sunny on a couch. And I'm just like, nope. And I left the room and I was like, fuck that. And I think shortly after that, I was just like, this isn't even a game. Why am I even playing this? So I just never logged in again. So I never deleted my IMVU account. I just stopped playing. I just never logged in again after all the weird shit that I saw. And I'm trying to log in now and it just says unknown email.
They were deleted at the same time Max and Sylphit's IMVU accounts were also deleted.
So this is all speculation. Correlation does not equal causation. IMVU already has a history of deleting accounts at their own discretion. Pablo Sunny's account was also deleted after the video dropped. Does that mean he never existed? Did we correspond with Zach Haddad to delete his account as well? There is literally no evidence presented in this post to prove that any of this was fake.
And then he claims in a Discord Q&A that Casey is actually alive.
Is there an update on Casey? Can you talk about how you got into the account or how you found it? Yeah, that's a bit much.
I can't talk too much about Casey. I don't know what I can and can't say. I will tell you that, yes, she's okay. That's all I'm gonna say.
To be clear, I was in contact with Casey during the IMVU video. I am literally just trying to respect her wishes by not speaking about her, but I also wanted to be transparent with my audience that she is alive.
So in one surface he says that she could be dead.
Hey Muda, can you play a clip where I even say that?
What's the context?
I'm not going to make any claims because I have no idea what this is, if it's somehow tied to our guy or not, or whether it has anything to do with IMVU. I do not know for certain and will not say.
And then all of a sudden she's okay? There has been no proof that this Casey person even existed.
Just because IMVU deletes an account doesn't mean they never existed. There is literally so much evidence that this person existed. This account existed years prior to the making of the IMVU video. Are you also going to say there's no evidence that any of these other accounts from Pablo Sunny's friends list exist? Some of them are probably still active. Maybe you should, I don't know, conduct an actual investigation.
No, I'm not going to sit here and make an unsubstantiated claim.
So you are literally admitting that this Reddit post is just a bunch of unsubstantiated claims, and you are platforming it anyways. No, Muda, you can't just say you're not going to sit there and make unsubstantiated claims, because that is literally all you've been doing this entire video. This Reddit post is using a tactic called deceptive storytelling, made to look like investigative reporting. It is a very common trait among disinformation on the internet. And it just so happens that this is the exact same Redditor claiming I was storing CSEM on the evidence megadrives for my videos, by some supposed hash match according to Mudahar, but there is no evidence to prove that. They just say it and everyone believes it, but that literally contradicts Mega's own policies. And we don't even know who this Redditor is. They could be anybody. You know who else constructs elaborate theories based on speculative reasoning and mental gymnastics? Rebecca Pisani. So it would be like if I used the obsessive ramblings of the schizophrenic cyberstalker as an accurate source of investigative information to somehow prove that Mudahar is a child rapist who is distributing CSEM. That is the level of insanity we have to deal with on the internet. Dumbass.
At the end of the day, I haven't had the time to sit down and review every single bit of Max's back catalog.
Wait, what?
At the end of the day, I haven't had the time to sit down and review every single bit of Max's back catalog.
Sorry, say that one more time.
At the end of the day, I haven't had the time to sit down and review every single bit of Max's back catalog as I've been researching his current investigation.
Didn't you say just a moment earlier?
How is it that you can make blatant statements of fact when at the end of the day, you have literally not even properly reviewed, you have not properly contextualized, and even timelined every single bit of evidence that consistently builds? You're clearly not an investigator built for this case, and it's not literally because someone like him is out of his head because he only is one person. I have done plenty of investigations. I've just never revealed and played my hand and explained things until I fully understood them.
Pretty funny how every single criticism you are making applies just as much, if not more, to you.
However, during the call with me, Max, Nick, and Spencer, he was absolutely telling at the time that you shouldn't really be taking a lot of his content seriously. It's meant to entertain. The facts are often embellished, or at least simulated when it comes to producing movies. which I think is really ethically damning when it comes to producing content that is all about hunting down children or, you know, pinning a lot of these crimes or implicating a lot of these public services on cases like this.
So, the investigations themselves are real, but obviously the films have fictional elements. Like, it's a film. Like, I am presenting it as if it were to be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that. Like,
but wait, you hunt. So you don't think that people are going to think your videos are real?
So that's the thing. So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a face and what they're doing. I misspoke here, so allow me to clarify. The YouTube videos, because they have fictional elements, automatically means they should be taken as a work of fiction, as I've been upfront about at the very beginning of every single one of these videos. However, it is clearly based on a real investigation, which was publicly available in the video descriptions. And now that they have been reported and taken down, it is very difficult to distinguish what is real and what is not. But that does not mean it is fake. Obviously, it is not.
Again, why are we interspersing fact and fiction when it comes to incredibly serious stories like this?
Why is this only now a problem for you?
All information was hidden or censored, names and identities were altered to protect the privacy of non-consenting parties, all dramatization and visuals dialogue are fictional and meant for storytelling purposes. Please reinstate the video, team. They did not fucking reinstate the video.
This was 5 years ago, buddy. If it's so important to you now, why didn't you tell me then?
Look, I'm not here to say if Max is definitively faking his stuff or not.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call textbook defamation. As Mudahar just admitted, he could not even prove that any of my videos are fake, and he still chose to defame me as a fraud. I can prove actual malice, negligence, and damages with what Mudahar has been saying about me, the survivors of Camden, and this case. My income has been literally decimated after his video on me. I have been discharged from my volunteer work due to the harassment that he was escalating. The survivors have suffered cyberstalking and cyberbullying, and the general public for over a year now has been documenting me as a fraud because of Mudahar Anas. Unfortunately, I cannot even afford a lawsuit against Mudahar because of the amount of damage he has caused. But you know what? That's okay, because I think everyone will enjoy me making videos on my best friend Mudahar a lot more than a lawsuit. And I'm not even done yet, but since this video is long enough, I'll just conclude by asking you, the audience, based on its definition, who is the real fraud here? In fact, it makes me want to come up with a little jingle that we can all sing in our heads to remind ourselves.
Fucking 3-hour long goddamn video.
Mudahar Anas is a fraud. Mudahar Anas is a fraud. It's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it? But just like Kendrick Lamar's Meet the Grahams, it is a creative work and it's protected by freedom of expression. And also it's up to the audience to determine whether Mudahar Anas is actually a fraud based on its definition. So you can't sue me, Mudahar. In fact, you have no legal recourse because you chose to defame me first. And in fact, I'm not actually defaming you. I am simply responding to your defamation with real-world examples of your own actions in this situation and letting the audience determine for themselves if you are a fraud. So if you suffer damages because of your own actions in this situation, you can't really blame anybody but yourself. I know you like to blame shift a lot, but you can't do that anymore, buddy. It's about time you finally take accountability for your own actions. And I'll see you all next time.
I don't really think that he has a place on this platform. With the kind of content that he's made and the kind of profiteering he's done on serious topics, I have less respect for him than everyone else that I've covered in the past.
Bro?
the same thing I told ya. My eyes are clear, there's no secret. I wanna know, was it serious? I need a kid, my best friend. Isn't easy to show the weight of the world on my shoulders. I know I told you, it's the best fight I know. It's not a game that I'm playing.
could build a world to call our home. And if I could walk beside you, I'd make your world our own. Waiting in our hearts, we can never be apart. Wanting just to see the person I set out to be. Finding what I need, whisper to the stars as we hold these promises tonight. I believe that we could build a world to call our home. And if I could walk beside you, I'd make your world our own. Hold me in this song for us, so I can feel you here. Though I know as we get closer, our dreams are fading clear. Waiting in our hearts, we can never be apart. Wanting just to see the person I've set out to be. Finding what I need, whisper to the stars as we hold these promises tonight. Hold me in this song for us, so I can feel you here. Though I know
like 45 minutes or so. So I'm gonna end the stream here, and I'll redo stream once like we're all there. I guess they're doing MC. I want to see how these guys handle it.